Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We're going back into Workers and Resources. Starting our MegaCity 19 run is what we're going to title it. Which is going to be us starting in 1880 on a Moscow map, delivered by the World Maps DLC, trying to build a megacity from the center of the map outwards. Now, we did some testing with pollution. We'll probably build our heating plants right in the middle of the city, but industries might still be outside, I'm not sure yet. We have to be a bit careful. But the goal is to start from the center of the map, so we have to build towards the center first, get some infrastructure going, and then start the city right in the middle. There's going to be no mods other than the Time Master mod to allow us to go backwards in time easily. And we will also allow ourselves to buy steam locomotives, steam train cars, and a rail construction vehicle early on in 1880 or whenever we get to the rail construction office to build towards the center, because horse carriage deliveries all the way across the map would be a bit much. Let's get started. We'll play on the empty Moscow map. We checked a couple. This one seems to be the most suited. Realistic difficulty, however, no earthquakes. I'll go to 1960 because it has the closest inflation level we want. Vehicles will be... I'm gonna do... Yeah, sure, locked according to year. That's fine. Horse carriages should still be available. We want 1920, not 1960. So yeah, no earthquakes. Everything else set to a hard difficulty. And we will turn on or off the vehicle availability when we want to buy steam locomotives or the rail construction vehicle. Then I'll go modify the game on stream to turn this to all by the steam locomotive, by the rail construction vehicle, and then turn it back on. This should be the easiest. That is the plan. No real limitations or restrictions. We are going to try and make as much money as possible in the beginning, because with horse carriages we're going to be limited right away anyway. It's going to be a while until we have workers. Hello Hailstorm, hello Dante Barracuda, welcome. Let us get started. First thing we're going to do is save the game. Well, we're going to turn back the time, then save the game, and I'm going to delete the stats INI file from the save game. I can show you how it looks like if you don't do that. Hello Dragster, welcome. We'll try to apply what we learned on the Poland map. Try to gain high loyalty will be a fun little diversion in some areas. And we'll have to do everything in our power to get a stable population. Supplied with trains, hopefully. Because with horse carriages it would be a bit too much. Hello Jumai, Percussigan, Neo Contra, welcome. And the last megacity took us 7 years to get started, but that was also mainly due to some issues with the way things were approached. There's still all the name tags here. Kinda have to get rid of all of these, I think. We're not building Moscow, we're just on the Moscow map. Can I do that from... It doesn't list them if there's nothing in it, I guess. Yaroslavsky, sure. Hello Neo Contra, welcome. I think that's about it, probably. Let's check. No, not even close. That is so many name tags. Don't update right away, apparently. Huh. Wonder why they are left on the map, but who cares? We can remove them. They got removed, okay. I think that's all but one. Something in front here. Alright, I think that's now only the customs houses left. I think there's something in the south. No, that just looks like it because of the river. Alright, that is done. Hello, Lothanis, welcome. So our starting point to build the city would be right in the middle, right here. This is where we want to build the city. It's gonna start here. We're gonna have a river nearby to deal with water and sewage, which is gonna be helpful. But we'll have to get to it. After checking the map, there's only one border to get to the west, which is by ship. So you can only use ships or aircraft to reach the west. No road connection. And on the southern end of this map, there's no larger customs house, unfortunately. So we'll have to start somewhere from the northern part. Although there's a double customs house here, I guess. That could theoretically work. Could start in Volokolomanskaya or in Balashika. I think that one's also a large one, looking at the incoming road connections. We'd have to build all the way up here, and then start up the settlement. Of course, we'll have to build something at the border first, that makes us money. But all of that will have to wait until we do the whole setting back the time, and chat has voted last stream that we go down back to 1880. So our start date will be 1880. Horse carriages are still available, as are cableway cars. Good to know. But other than that, not much. No trains, no anything. If I were to now go into this menu and look at the statistics, it would have the starting date of our, well, game start, which is what I'm trying to fix. This should not stay 1920, otherwise the stats are gonna get all confused. So we will create a save. I'll probably make it cloud save. Set to cloud save. Well, it's not that big yet. MegaCity 19. So now we will go into the folder. I'll go into the save, delete the stats INI file, and then we'll just load the save game in and it'll be fine. How do you change that to 1880? I use a mod called Time Master. Then I can move it back in decades for a couple decades, and we're in 1880. Hello, Angry Shrimp. Welcome. So, still 1880. Statistics are now set correctly to the 23rd of February. So everything is set in order of how it should be. Now whenever I click all time, it doesn't use the 23rd of February on 1920, it uses the correct date, for example. Alright. question, do we start in the west or the east? I think the west would probably be better, because we could follow the river. Although it doesn't really matter. I mean, no, the west would be better because we could start next to the river and have a sewage discharge here for industries that we're building up to make us money. It's not too hilly. I'll have to get here, cross the river, and then start building the heating plant in the city. Although the east is a little bit closer, and the southwest would be, I think, even closer. I guess we can do some measurements. We can do it the scientific way. Let's put the center down, so we have a measurement point. I think it would be here-ish. Is that accurate? Probably. Let's see. I think the top one somewhere here. I think this one is the most accurate. It's not going to be the name of the city. Smalja Savka. No, that's not going to be the name. But it will be our measurement point. So we'll start measuring from here to the customs house number 1. 8,300 meters air distance. Second customs house in the west, in the east. 7,700 meters, so way closer. The one in the north is further than both of them. So that one's just also 8,300. But yeah, small customs house. Not even up for consideration. Kimki, I think, is another large one, it looks like. Yeah, but also 10,700 meters here. And then the closest one, I think, might be Rumyantsev. That one looks like it could be the closest. Also 7,300. So the closer one would be in the east then. At 7,300 meters. Balashika. 7,600 meters. That one would be closer by almost a kilometer. Oh, I am. I added a mod command. There you go. I came prepared. Thank you, Ozen. So, start in the west to have some water nearby, start in the east to be slightly closer. In the future we'll probably have like a train connection between both, but yeah, I mean this whole city will start spreading out at some point. I think the west is probably better because of the water, because then I can theoretically deal with the sewage. Although I don't need to deal with the sewage for foreign workers if I don't want to. I just have a health penalty. It's fine. That's going to be the center. We will provide them with drinking water, but we're not going to take care of the sewage, I don't think. Until at some point we want to deliver worker there to run it with our own workers by train, I guess. And then the sewage handling would probably be for the better. So I guess we'll start here. Can we build a sewage discharge on this steep hill? We can build one here, I guess. Is it MegaCity attempt number 19? No, I just called it 19 because of the 19th century. With the early start. It's the third MegaCity, I think, that we did. The first one was a failure pretty early on, and the second one ran for 100 years, I think. Over 100 years. And that's the largest city I made. Not population-wise, but it was also population-wise, I guess. But like surface area. And I'm trying to recreate that one. Not recreate it in the sense of like rebuilding it, but the experience, I guess. Yeah, we can have a sewage discharge here and then build a road connection and let the sewage flow this way. I don't think we're gonna try and like get a sewage discharge on one of these. It was like the stop number 2 if I remember correct. Yes. But that had since been fixed. However, I don't want to go back to that save game, unfortunately. I want to try something new. If the train tracks are on the left side, the building is not flipped, so this one should have very good throughput. We are not going to have the issue from the Poland map again. We also have electricity, which is very important. We will start with a waste incinerator, because I want to make money. So we might designate one of the train tracks for running waste at some point. In the beginning it's going to be horse carriages. And this is already like pretty well flattened out, I guess. Have a road come down here, we'll start the construction. We need a rail construction office to build the train track towards the center of MegaCity 19. And all of that is going to be run with phone workers. We want a incinerator, we want a repair station, we want a fire station, very important. And then the question is, do we need to do waste separation or not? Because I have no idea what waste is in this customs house. If it does have only construction waste or metal scrap, we can do waste separation and gain a little bit extra money. If it has a mixture of metal and construction waste, or the two metals, I guess, then we would just export it back to the border with no additional handling. It's gonna be nice having a high throughput customs house for sure. I kind of want to... So I think one road is going to go down here. I don't think I'll have a roundabout in front of it. That seemed a little bit awkward. I'll have one road going directly from the customs house down here, then roads going up this way, and then they'll merge like here again. Are you implementing what you learned yesterday? Yes, I think I'll try and build the heating plant right in the city. Maybe not the industries. That one we'll have to see. Hello, deviant fish. But right now we're like, it's gonna be a while until we get to the center. Right now we need some way to make money. And like I said, not really feeling the need to abide by any restrictions in this regard. So we'll just do what feels like the most sensible. I should look at what waste we have, so we can make an educated decision on what it should be. I'm also tempted to not build out the roads with gravel and just like lay dirt roads and let the horses go over dirt roads. Then we can rework the roads based on our needs at the time. It's gonna be a bit to get here. We'll have to figure out where to lay the bridge. Yeah, I think all of this road is going to be mostly in flux anyway. This is what it's going to be for now. And we'll have a connection through this way to reach everything at the moment, which at some point is going to be disconnected. And now we can test the type of waste we're actually going to be dealing with. Vehicle depot. Let's make sure not to block the power line too much, I guess. We're not going to use medium voltage this time from the border. Would be too much power loss for the distance. Not going to be having that. So much more carry capacity than before. It's good to see. Alright. You load and unload into here. We'll get a waste truck, quote unquote. This should be high throughput customs house. Looks a bit weird with the parking spaces like dirtied. I guess it's fine. You will load hazardous waste and bring it to this depot. While the other horse is going to be carrying some grain. And then we see what waste we have, and that is how we will handle the hazardous waste, I guess. Train tracks will be able to just cross this road, but go in parallel of the other road. Well, this road might have to change at some point. It's going to be like an entrance on this side, just so we have like a long parking space available. We will need long trains in this, for sure. There's going to be no way around this. We need to optimize resource deliveries. Let's see what we get. Oh boy, it has everything. Construction waste, metal scrap, aluminum scrap. These three do not incinerate, they're mixed. We cannot separate them out, so this is gonna get burned and go back to the border. Hazardous waste is only 15%, so the value of this is gonna be pretty small, I think. But yeah, it's not gonna be a high value hazardous waste thing. Or? It was at like... I mean, we can check at a ton. Let's see how much it says we would get. So we get 260 rubles for a horse carriage load of hazardous waste. Not ideal. And then exporting it, we probably don't get any money back because it's going to be mixed with ash. But that means we only need an incinerator. Nothing more. This thing is only going to make us money. I mean, maybe a waste storage next to it, I guess. We'll set it up with a double bus platform, just to make sure we don't overload it on foreign workers here. But we also want the rail construction office nearby. And we'll try and get the train started as soon as possible. Rail construction office somewhere here. We'll set up a double bus platform. It could just be a bus stop ×2. Actually, I would need 3 bus stops to make this work. No, wait. Yeah, I need 3. Dang it. I'm gonna set this up. Do something fancy or just set up the dirt bus stop. I mean, for the beginning we don't have to worry about too many foreign workers because we're gonna use horse carriages and they're gonna be really, really slow. I just realized, how are we gonna, wait. How am I gonna build in the center of the map if I can't bring the foreign workers there fast enough? I'm gonna have to use like bus stops to like push the foreign workers towards the center of the map. It's gonna be so weird. Oh well, then I guess I'll make sure I keep the free bus stops around for now, because I'll probably need them. What do you start in the center? Because that's the challenge of MegaCity 1. One city only. And I want it to be in the center, so that's good enough of a reason for me. This thing can be run by power from the border directly. That one will not need a high voltage line, I don't think. I'll put these down as gravel right away, but the other ones don't have to be. We still need to set up the construction offices. I don't think I need that many. But then again, we'll set up like 2 construction officers here who will actually handle everything. Well, we have to get things started first. Okay. Concrete mixers. Covered hull, probably only 1. Dumpers, maybe more than 4. Open hull. Road cranes. And bus. Well, horse carriage will have some work to do on refueling. Horse cow? No. I'm gonna try and stay away from that. Alright. Fuel has... well, feed has arrived. I'm gonna keep saying fuel so often. We need a repair station in here. We need the fire station first and foremost. Lest we have things burned down, which would be unfortunate. Good thing those have now 2 vehicle spaces. This one shall have high priority because it's the most important thing. Once the fire station is done, everything else can be built. We need a repair station, a veterinary, and carpenter. We'll repair our horse carriages at 20% because that seems to use the least amount of resources. And this is what is going to do the construction in the area and maintenance to construction offices that can also repair themselves. Later on we'll also need a distribution office, but that is later. They'll only pick up from the border. We'll probably build this out as gravel too. But yeah, get the fire station up. And then we shall be able to start things. Hello, new game. No, it's Workers and Resources. We've played this for ages. Hello, Bartazo. We're doing a new run. No, the map is from the World Maps DLC. It's not that new. Yes, we're starting a new map, a new run. We might even have to use ships this time. We will see. This is a banished mode, everything is banished. It kind of is, yeah. Leave ourselves some room if we want to optimize the traffic. Bring hazardous waste in, wait until unloaded. Load mixed waste, wait until loaded. We can definitely handle this with direct lines without blocking the building itself. Hello, Davalish. Welcome. We're back in horse carriage territory. Everything is super slow. We also have to get started on the rail construction as soon as possible. Thankfully, there's a small rail construction office now, which will mean that this is doable. Customs house length 115 meters. So our train tracks will have to be 435 meters. No, 335 meters. To keep... Well, they don't have to be. We're using our like very smart and intelligently developed parking in front of the customs house to minimize the stay of the trains inside it. But we don't need that in the beginning because we're only gonna have one train, so that should be fine. But yeah, this road is gonna go away at some point. This is where the trains are gonna stay. I need to bring in some foreign workers and actually terraform this. Small offices, base game or workshop? That's base game. Current beta branch, I think, still. So I hope we don't have to worry too much about money. Otherwise we'll have to do some other shenanigans. If the hazardous waste here is not that profitable, we might have to go and search another customs house for more valuable hazardous waste to incinerate. I did not think we would have to do that, but we do have the option. It needs to provide a steady flow of income until we're actually settled in the center. Which is going to take a bit. We have a high throughput customs house now, which is very good. But yeah, I don't think the horse carriages would be able to carry foreign workers to the center. I haven't tried it yet. It might be possible. Maybe we can set them to full speed or something. Yeah, all of these roads are going to be basically in flux until we've decided how to lay this out. But the train track will have to be built. And I want to flatten the terrain a bit. Because the train's going to climb up this hill. And then go around. And then we have a massive, huge flat area here for the MegaCity, which is kind of convenient. I think we'll use this as a way to get into the MegaCity. It's gonna be like a wooden bridge at first, I believe. But if we have to cross the water anyway, we might as well cross it in style. Wood style in the beginning. I also have to build a train bridge over this. God dang it. I was in another Workers and Resources stream earlier and I felt he really wanted to know how to do things right, but really wanted something close to backseating. Okay. Yeah, those people play this game differently. Doing things right is subjective in this game, but yeah. Hopefully this MegaCity is going to be proof of that, because we're going to be breaking some conventions with that, I think. At least I'm trying to. I'm also thinking, we're still abiding by low tech, by the way. We have one free research point. I'm tempted to build a party HQ and basically do research right here, so we get the distribution offices up. Because then I could distribute the resources towards the center with horse carriages, which would be kind of ridiculous. Especially since I wouldn't be able to repair them, really. The Geneva Convention was the fall. Well, that only happens... That only applies in war, it's fine. We're not at war. Not yet. One waste carriage. Are you not going to build repair centers along the way like petrol stations? I'm going to try and only build in the center, except this outpost to make money. I'm gonna build a train track and see how far we get with like bringing workers to the center. We might use the bus route trick to bring the workers to the center to get things built up, but I don't want to have stuff set up on the road. Ideally. I would like to try and avoid that. I want to be able to flatten this once we have some workers here on the bus stops. Gotta wait. Bus stops are important, fire station. get some more dumper and flatbed wagons. Speed things up a bit. Yeah, the question on how the road is going to like run is still open. We're just gonna use an underground wire. It's gonna take longer to build, but like I said, this area is fine. Like, the incinerator can even run without the power. It's just gonna make it more efficient. So that one can wait. Can you still build the drainage discharge through the pathway, or do you need a road now? You can still build it through the pathway. I'm going to connect it to the road though, because I'm not going to build a pipe. I'm going to tell a technical service locally to dump it straight onto the discharge. I'll have to set up a technical service for that. Dropped it in out of Lucky Stream, but isn't he using all horses for construction his workers and resources run? I think so. What do you mean by all horses? I mean, he's also early, doesn't have vehicles yet. Fire engines. Kinda need the bus platforms to finish. I'll have a horse carriage route of 4 to 6 horse carriages, just supplying this with workers. Probably putting in another bus stop so we can make sure we don't overfill this area. Temporary one. At some point there's going to be a train platform here, I guess. That'll bring the workers in, but that's so far in the future. This is a long-term project. The MegaCity. We're gonna be here with horses for at least 32 years. But we will allow ourselves trains for sure. One train at the minimum. Didn't want to set up the roads with all gravel, unless in areas where it's like really hard to upgrade, like on the bus stops and towards the construction offices. Just so we can like have things going right away. Money would be nice. Regarding our center, the first thing we will need, probably on the outside, to do the whole construction with, is an arrival platform for the trains. So passengers, probably the phone workers, and resources, gravel, construction materials, asphalt and concrete, unless we want to get those from the border, I guess. Stuff like that. Start with a lot less money, or things cheaper? Things are cheaper. I think every start date basically has the same amount of money, except like in a couple of years when inflation starts kicking in, like 10 years, the value of money has significantly diminished. If I want to have asphalt and concrete here, we could also do that with phone workers. So we have our worker pickup plus 2 facilities making asphalt and concrete. I think it's basically going to be like a mini construction sector to get things started. In the beginning supplied with foreign workers, later on once the bridge is up we can bring workers to that construction sector to build out the city. And there would be a rail connection into this, bringing the resources and the workers. I don't know if I can deliver workers and resources in one train. I think I have to split it up between a worker train and a resource train. Although the workers might just arrive here by walking with a ton of bus stops. That seems kind of awkward though. But we'll see. I mean, the resources I can transport with horse carriages. The workers arriving by train might make more sense. I'll probably need 2 trains, I guess. I was thinking of doing the like homemade infrastructure rules, but that would have been even slower. So we're not going to do that. The city might be dirt roads for a while though, reducing our need of gravel. The road design might or might not change. Probably it's going to change at some point. It's going to stay dirt for a long time. Like I said, this road's gonna go away at some point, leaving this area for the train platform. incoming trains and then one line for outgoing trains maybe. Or we'll use our super special secret layout that optimizes the throughput of the customs house, where up to 9 trains can wait in front of it and be loaded and unloaded really in quick succession. I will need 450 meters of train tracks in front of it, which is not that far, since we have so much space. And then the train tracks would wait. The trains would wait on the train tracks in front here. And whenever it's their turn, they pull in, unload, and pull back out, and don't go onto a different train track, just the one they've been standing on the whole time. Makes it quite convenient. We might need more concrete mixers too. Those bus platforms look really nice, but they're very demanding on the concrete. Right now horses are really cheap. That's gonna change. We might start production of horse carriages in the center of the map too. We can import grain to breed horses, and we can import steel and wood boards and fabric to produce them. I'm probably not going to focus much on raw resources, but the production will need them, so we'll have to import those. I'm really glad we have a optimized customs house now. That works well. We could throw so many vehicles at this. In the end, the area will be fine with 2 construction officers doing maintenance tasks, and reworkings will be done by a demolition office at some point. But yeah, for now this is perfectly fine. Need more dumpers for the asphalt, need more concrete mixers for the concrete. We have 6 more construction offices left, but I'll wait until we have the proper ones here. In the meantime, I guess we could start laying out the resource arrival area. Until the trains have built up to this point, it's going to be a while, but it's basically going to be a resource storage for construction materials. Doesn't need to have too much. Construction in the beginning is not going to be too expensive. It's going to be better than picking it up from the border, that's for sure. It might at some point extend to a larger area. But this building itself is not like a larger area as in multiple of these, but at the beginning only one. I think asphalt and concrete plant are also able to run without electricity these days, so we should be able to start everything except the water. Would probably have an issue. I think we can't pump water without electricity, so the concrete might not work. I mean, the construction material train would bring everything, I guess. It would unload construction materials, and then it would unload gravel. And then it kinda also needs to bring bitumen here for the asphalt creation. So it would go in, unload building materials, then it would unload bitumen, and then it would go and unload gravel. And probably coal. Although the coal unloading is something we would build for the heating plant. Like there would be a dedicated storage of coal next to the road that the heating plant would then take from. Or we might just run a conveyor engine across the water, I guess. Heating plant probably in the center. Conveyor engine all the way across the water. And then coal storage maybe across this water. And then coal storage somewhere here too. But that's for later. This design might still change. I don't think so, but some things could come up, change my mind, etc. Yeah, let's leave one area open for the coal unloading, I guess. Until it becomes something permanent. We just need a construction sector right now. This will be gravel. Gravel itself can be loaded from the storage. And then attached to this would be the concrete in the asphalt plant. Minimal design. I'll need workers. We need an unloading platform for people. Hello Black Moon Dove. Hello Zerdan. Welcome. That's construction material. Like, the only thing we don't have right now is a small warehouse for electronics and mechanical components. So we should probably build that one too. And now I'm wondering if I should replace this with a cargo train station, because then I could attach all of that to said cargo train station. And we could also deliver cement to that, which I think would be better. Tons of concrete, steel, and gravel. No, we'll just throw like a cargo train station in front of this. And then put the resource storage next to that. Again. Cement delivery and a warehouse. Needs to get put into like properly sorted storages. But the beginning, I guess the efficiency here is gonna be, everything is gonna be as close together as possible. And then the material, well, I still need to put the storage here too. Leave room for a small warehouse. $150 tons of cement are gonna be enough for sure. So that'll be our construction sector. Quick and dirty. Bus platform here, or just a free bus stop, I guess. A fire station will be necessary as well. Very important. I will have to see how we bring the workers to this area. Because if we're running a train track, a single train track, it's going to be difficult for workers to make its way over here. So I'm going to have to make a decision, either workers by train or resources by train. Or we built a train track with passing tracks already in the center, something like that. I would need a single passing track, I guess, in the middle, if we have two trains somewhere here, so they can run past each other. Yeah, the groundwork for these bus platforms is like the main thing, which makes these bus platforms not that ideal for an early start setup. I just like the look of them so much. trolley car. I think it might be too slow. I haven't decided yet on which train I'm gonna allow myself to buy. If it's the 45-kilometer shunting train, the steam train, or the 100-kilometer Prussian train. Or we could go for the Soviet train, I guess. That one's more expensive, I think. Either that or it had less power. It's a long time of horses. Got some modded vehicles so you ain't stuck with the vanilla horses till 1920. No. No modded. But we will enable all vehicles and allow ourselves to buy trains when it makes sense. Like, once the rail construction office is up, I'll allow myself to buy one rail construction vehicle. What is going on with these things? Like, why are they... I feel like some of them are teleporting back or something. We'll buy trains. I'm not gonna wait until 1919 until we can get a rail construction vehicle. As soon as the track builder building is up, we will enable all vehicles are allowed, buy ourselves the LTC rail construction vehicle and get going. So in regards to horse carriages, they're going to be here until 1912 when the first trucks start arriving. But regarding trains, I will allow myself to acquire them earlier, for sure. Because I don't want to be stuck without trains again. And since I don't want to go and look for the workshop to find something appropriate, I'm just going to use the base game trains and buy them earlier. No prison transport until 1920? That's fine. I'm not using prison transport anyway. There's no excavators, no bulldozers. But we've already started in 1900 and it was okay. So I don't see this as being much different. This is the Moscow map from the World Maps DLC. We looked through a bunch of maps and I wanted something with water in the center, and this one seemed to be the best suited for this. Because my city is going to start right in the center this time, not near the edge and then building towards the center. No, I'm going to start in the center. which is gonna put down its own challenges. We're gonna need like a robust supply of resources to the center. I will need like a warehouse with train delivery early on. I will need a coal delivery, refrigerated delivery. Is the Moscow map very flat? Decently flat, yes, especially since the center has been fully flattened. It's pretty good. Still got the rivers. A little bit of terrain difficulties, but the center is pretty much flat. This is a map about realistic scale also, which I think for MegaCity is kind of cool. I'll have to see how we build it. I want a large volume of people before we get to 1912. I would like to try and make a city with horse carriages that actually support a large amount of population. How many miles is it? I think it's realistic scale. I think, well, miles I have no idea. 12, 13 miles? I mean, the maps normally are 20 by 20 kilometers. I think that's the standard. Cement tank, nothing else. Yeah, train cars I'm also allowing myself to buy the earliest ones, obviously. Nothing too modern. Might have to ship the horses from the border with a train. Can you even do that? Yes. But you would have to ship the horses with the carriages. I mean, you can transport them like any vehicle. We could also make our own horse carriages in the center, breed them ourselves. If I import grain, that would be possible. Grain for the horses. Steel boards and fabric for the horse carriages. Could be an early production in the center of the city. Black horses seem the fastest. So can you breed faster horses by replacing the brown ones with black? Yeah, you can bring them to a pasture and get rid of the brown horses and replace them with black horses, yeah. Not sure if they consume more fuel. More horse feed, I guess. I'm always gonna keep it fuel, I guess. Just wonder if speed is gonna change by doing that. It should. It does give them different top speeds. 38 for the black horses versus 32. 6 kilometers, so around a little less than 20% extra speed. But since we're running dirt roads for most of it, in the center, I'm not sure. Because you didn't make City 17, don't know how good your city will be if Gordon Freeman is let loose inside it. Gordon Freeman's only gonna appear in like 100 years, it's fine. Let me get some more passenger carriages because we need to get more workers onto construction sites too. Once the bus platforms are done, we can start bringing in foreign workers and they can walk onto construction site and build things up for us. In the future I only want 5 workers per construction site, but in the beginning everything is fine. Before I start planning the city, let me also uncheck Get Citizens for future residential buildings I place, and I think that should be it. Hello Scott. MegaCity indeed. Can you cheat yourself some excavators and bulldozers as well? No. Only trains. I want to stick with horse carriages until we upgrade to trucks at some point. I'll have to make the horse carriages work for a while. Just the resource deliveries into the megacity are gonna be done by trains, I guess. But the distribution inside the megacity is gonna be horse-based. Megacity size dependent on how much the game can take before getting unplayable frames or crashes. Well, crashes we had no issues with in Megacity number 2. The frame rate is probably going to be the limiting factor again. But I think for this Megacity, maybe going through the era until 1990 would be like a cool way already, with the modernization of the Megacity once it happens. Looking forward to it. Problems with water and waste when I play early. I can at least get inspired, yeah. We'll definitely need a waste incinerator in the Megacity center. And we'll transport the metal scrap back out of it. Shouldn't be too difficult, I hope. Maybe an aggregate loading station for the train should do it. And the ash can just rot away. But the first thing we need is like some form of money making, because the project's gonna be expensive. Get down 500 euro or something on the new AMD CPU. That's a slightly better bind. Okay. I don't know what bind means in that context, but sure. Almost built a new rig with that CPU, then RAM quadrupled. Yep. Horrible times. We might be able to use the horse end station, which is gonna be nice. Haven't really planned for that one either. Some line spacing for horses. I'm gonna do that. I mean, in the beginning, the horses are just gonna bring a lot of workers here. No end station, I don't think. We'll leave the end station for when everything has been decided to be final. Now we got our bus platforms. We'll split the incoming workers 50-50 between existing buildings and the other bus platform. And now we can bring in workers. We'll load workers again, whichever have piled up on the platform. Try and transfer and load them into here. Oh right, wait, this bus platform could be really close. It doesn't have to be that. It doesn't have to be outside of walking distance, it's fine. The train line's gonna be a bit in the way. I mean, the rail construction office can go around that, that's fine. That should be fine. And then maybe an end station afterwards, if there's a need for it. Go here, transfer, unload, and that's the route. And that should not buy an infinite amount of foreign workers for the area until the bus stops are chock full. It's gonna limit itself somewhat, because it's gonna load extra workers from the bus platform again. If there are people standing around. This will help with construction too, because they're always going to ferry a full amount of workers to the area, which can walk onto construction sites. Binning is when especially electronic manufacturers with variable yields, such as chips, put the parts in different bins depending on their stable test performance. Now the cut solder off, but that nearly fits some specs to sell them at different SKUs. Sure, so binning as in the result they get is what they get sold as. Like sorting an apple, based on its quality. You see typically with memory chips, CPUs and GPUs, hence why Intel and AMD have so many identical chips but with different stable clock rates. I see. Apples also get sorted in bins. Okay, this fuel station is not in a good spot. We're not gonna give more horse feed to that. Chat, should I throw away the tea I forgot to drink yesterday? I have no idea. Put it in the old bin. Deny yourself precious hydration from fluids? Unthinkable. I wonder if the horse end station is gonna work this time. People can drink what they like. Oh, the power line is in the way, huh? Weird. Right. And the rest is there to be flattened. But then we have a rail connection for the rail construction vehicle going to the customs house and building the train track slowly towards the center of the map. Very slowly. Fire station is important. Bring a couple more workers in here, please. Do you need storage connected like for gravel? And the internal storage too small? No, it's fine. As the train gets further away from the rail construction office, we have so much time for delivering the resources to the area that it doesn't really matter how small this thing is. And it's not that small even. Get 75 tons internal storage. Tend to making money by burning garbage? Yes. I need a way to make money. Otherwise this is gonna be doomed from the start, I think. Hello Doogie. Welcome. There's gonna be a cluster of basic workers, foreign workers, running an incinerator and also running our rail construction pretty much. I want this set up ASAP. my double bus stops, because then I can sustain a certain amount of phone workers in the area where they walk back and forth. I need so many more horse carriages to run this though. But I think it's gonna get better once the constructions are done. They're eating a lot of the workers right now. Basically, we unload 50% of the workers into the facilities and the rest of the other 50% goes into the other bus stop, which then trickles the workers to the other buildings too, 50-50, and so on. So the amount of workers arriving into workplaces should be a slow process, basically. It should slowly become available. Currently it doesn't work because, well, I'm upgrading the road now. So I'll have to wait. I mean, the terrain is pretty good. I don't think we need to flatten this. Train tracks look smooth anyway. Here I'm not so sure. This is pretty steep. And one of the starter trains a train bus? Yes. A very slow one. It's probably enough to bring workers to the center, but we'll have to see. Hello, Pion. Welcome. I'm not bringing workers to this area by train. That would be overkill. No local workforce here at all? No. MegaCity is a single city, so we don't even have our own workforce yet. I'm not building multiple settlements. At some point we might bring our own workers here by train, but for the time being it has to be phone workers only. Doing a loyal pollution start? No. We're doing a waste incinerator start to get enough money to build to the center. And plan for a large city. I need the construction sector first. I have to build the train track to that. And we'll have to figure out a way to get the phone workers to the center, do a test run with a horse carriage, see if it can get there, but I don't think it can in time. So we'll have to put an intermediate bus stop to unload them and reload them. But yeah, I think we'll probably... I don't think they have enough quote-unquote fuel to bring it to the center. I would need horse feeding stations all the way. I mean, technically the feeding stations you can unload into by train, right? Because they have factory connections. So we could build these horse feeders next to the train track and have a small factory connection cargo train station that the train runs through and unloads horse feed into. So we don't need horse carriages from the customs house bringing the horse feed all the way to the horse feeders. Downside, of course, is they can burn down, so it doesn't really make much sense anyway. I think the construction office horse carriages might be able to bring workers to the center. Because workers transported by construction offices last longer than people transported by normal bus routes. Can't use any ships. Riverbank seems steep. There's only one room at the lake. This could be ship territory, this could be ship territory, but not this customs house, I don't think, no. So maybe the MegaCity will have an export route for clothing at some point. I've not made any, like, I have not put any thought into what the city is actually going to do for profit. I'm mainly thinking about, like, how do I reduce the amount of import running, because that's taking up a lot of our logistics. I was thinking of importing crops to bring to the city, but then it's more logistically efficient to carry food. But if I import food, then the food price is going to go up massively. But if I import crops, I'm going to have to use a longer train, which sounds fine to me. Literally did that the other day. Foreign workers only travel for 12 hours. Gravel roads weren't enough speed to get them to some buildings at the center of the map. Yeah. That is a thing. Don't need much crops for horses, I think. They eat quite a bit. But yeah, goal would be to have some workers in the center as fast as possible, just so we can use them to build, basically. Don't need to rely on foreign workers if we can start developing the city from the inside out, but just feeding more resources into it and having it slowly grow. So the workforce in the center would be like the best thing for us. The resources we can bring because they don't have a time constraint, but the workers, yeah, that we need to worry about. We also want to focus heavily on happiness of our workers, because that increases birth rate, because they're going to be living in slightly polluted areas. And we want to focus on loyalty at some point, though not in the beginning. Volume of workers is going to be more important at the start. We'll have to prepare something for the loyalty later on. You think the starter money will be enough to get the city working? No. Which is why I'm building a waste incinerator right now, so we can start making more money, hopefully. The city is probably going to go through some hardships too, and then I want to be prepared with enough money in our back pocket at that moment. So we're setting up a basic area here to run some money making and rail construction and vehicle repairs. Not doing a parallel NATO construction setup as well? Or are you going to get NATO vehicles? The only NATO connection we have is a ship connection. We're not going to get any NATO vehicles at all for now. Until we set up a harbor with a river barge to bring in NATO vehicles at some point. And the NATO border does not have that many vehicles, so it doesn't matter at all right now. Although they will have a bulldozer earlier than the eastern side, I guess. I'm just glad we have a full throughput customs house this time. And you size limited with vehicle imports and ships, or did that get fixed? No, ships still have size limit, but the river barge is pretty efficient at carrying early start vehicles, I guess. Some will get stuck or not able to load onto ships? I have no idea. I haven't used ships in a while. I'm not planning to use ships early anyway. It's pretty much going to be focused on trains to make that city work.
So we might even have some inner city trains, like we did with MegaCity 1 second attempt. Although no underground rail lines. It's all going to be above ground. We'll see what works. We're flexible. Now the foreign workers can spread themselves out slowly again over time. I'm gonna go for 10 workers in the fire station at most. We don't need that many. Unlike ships, if I really get any of the custom houses to work for the logistics. I'm also gonna upload this to YouTube, I think. This MegaCity shall not be lost. In case someone wants to try and rebuild it exactly the same way. That's stupid. It's almost gonna be winter. We don't have a gravel road connection to the customs house, so the horses are gonna be slowed down a little bit, but like we should be able to manage. It's fine. Yeah, starting at the center makes this a bit more difficult. We'll have to see if the construction offices can manage this. They'll definitely be able to carry the resources over. Just with the workers, I'm not sure. Doing the groundworks is going to be the slow part. So we'll need a large amount of workers. This is so far. The first thing they'll have to build is like a warehouse for bringing in food and other things for the city. And then they can build the city themselves. The warehouse can be like across the bridge, that's fine. But the city itself should start here. Not sure if we can put anything on the... Oh, we definitely have room on this island to put something on it, but we'll have to wait and see. We can't use any dollars. We don't have any means of using US currency other than bringing in more migrants from Western countries. So we can still use dollars. Or we have to build a ship. Wish there was a free harbor. It's really rough to get and build with forces. Yeah. How much do we have? 12. So 2 of each pretty much. Why do we have asphalt? Do a wildcat build that would be not out of place in the real world. Build a rustic church on a small island, and a train station on the other side of the church. It's on the small island with low density wooden houses. No churches. Good day. Well, 1880. Yes. Hello, Willikin. Our first test was in 1890, although we started in 1900, but then turned back the time by 10 years. So it's another 10 years on top of that. But our starting location makes it a lot more difficult for sure. Not right now at the customs house, but what we have planned for ourselves is gonna make it a lot more difficult. What are the rules for MegaCity? Only spread with urban sprawl for population, resource extraction exempted. Do we need to process them in the city as well? I have no hard rules because I need to... We did some pollution testing. If we can have industries in the city, and it looks like it's possible. I don't want to make my own raw resources, so we're probably going to import all raw resources. Unless I feel like we can set that up somewhere. But the only rule we are really following is low-tech, I guess. And I'll allow myself to buy trains even if they're not available yet. So that's because trains in that era make sense, and I didn't want to use mods, so I'll do that instead. Do you have a watchtower and a DeLorean hidden in a cave nearby? No. Nothing of that sort that you can prove, at least. Only know of phones that got that, minus the watchtower. How fast are the track builders for this year? There are no track builders by default in this year. We'll be using the LTC. It's gonna take a while. But we'll also have to bring the construction materials to our preemptive construction sector in the area also. So the track builder has all the time in the world, I guess. I'll basically allow myself to purchase one track builder. Any track builder until 1920 is acceptable, but I don't think there are any other ones. So we really have to deal with like the slowest ones until then. So only the LTC pretty much. Okay, if I want a better track builder like the Steam Crane Industrial Works Bay City, I would have to acquire the production license and build it myself. Then I could use the Steam Crane Industrial Works early. And if I want more LTCs, I also have to build them myself, I guess. Which with low tech is gonna be a nightmare. But those are not really fixed rules, so they might change. Depending on how much pain and suffering we're exposing ourselves to. I think it's quite reasonable to acquire a few jump-ahead vehicles. It's not like all the vehicles didn't exist in real life, it's just these models didn't exist natively in the game. The exceptions to things like mechanized farming, of course. Yeah, trucks are gonna be limited by... Trucks and farming and stuff like that is gonna be limited by the dates for sure, but trains I'll take liberties with. And ships. With the river barges, I guess. When is first TPM? I don't know what that is. It's too big for a barge. Can you only ship pack track builders with ships? I have never run track builders with ships, so I have no idea about how they work. Tunnel boring machine is like 58 or something. Thankfully we will not need a tunnel boring machine on this map because it's so flat. Do I understand correctly? You start in 1890, then use mod to remove it to 1880? I started in 1920 and used the Time Master mod to skip back down to 1880. Because there's no earlier start date you can select, so I have to mod that or use a mod to modify the date. I mean, I could have modified the save game manually, but this one was easier. Kind of wish this made a track builder unit, which is a ratio of 1 machine to 100 manpower. Are the early trains faster than horses? Definitely. Why are you using only 2 horse setups instead of a full 4 horses? I don't need 4 horses. They're also gonna eat more food. I'd rather them refuel not as much and run a little bit slower. Also, I would have to click every vehicle I purchase to set up to 4 horses. Imagine the 1880 start as the proto-commune funded by donations by the rebels. What is the speed difference of a horse carriage on the different road types? I mean, they're going to be a lot faster on gravel roads during winter than on mud roads, but hey, we're going to be running at 12 kilometers an hour now. It's fine. Are they going to be a lot faster? Only 15 kilometers an hour. I mean, it's a speed increase of 3 kilometers an hour. 25%, I guess. It's pretty good. But yeah, not that important, I guess. Still, for the fire engines, I guess it makes sense that they're like close to a gravel road, so they can speed to any fire nearby and put it out. Might want to get 4 horses for the passenger stuff at least. Maybe we'll try it for bringing workers to the city center, but for now, no. The route to the customs house is not that far. We just have 4 horse carriages running the route. And if we have enough firefighters, then everything is good. The incinerator and the repair station will not need that many workers to run. The road construction then will be. But only in the beginning, when it is really close nearby. Otherwise, the majority of workers would just wait for the rail construction vehicle to move back and forth. Horse dumpers seem like the slowest carriages, maybe a 4 horse, that would make sense to not bottleneck everything behind them. Yeah, but like I said, they're gonna be running all 12 kilometers an hour now anyway. Since I'm gonna use a lot of dirt roads towards the city center, and then a little bit of a slower horse carriage with a dumper wagon is not gonna be a problem. I'm not trying to optimize the horse carriages. Maybe we can do that inside the MegaCity. But here we can go for volume rather than optimization of the individual horse carriages. I'd rather have another dumper wagon with 2 horses than having 4 horses on a single dumper wagon. Capacity is so little that I don't want to invest more vehicles on it. And basically double my fuel consumption, I would imagine is what it does. Just for a little bit, like, I'm not going to get the double speed. So I don't think it makes sense in my case. At some point, DAS is going to time travel to the 1650s and build a commune in the 17th century. Hopefully. Hopefully it's going to be a competitor to Banished at some point, yes. The number of horses I don't think affects speed, but the amount of cargo the wagon can carry. Well, the amount of horses increases the pull speed with weight. So yes, the weight of the wagon cargo does affect speed. So more horses would allow you to pull more, so therefore they affect the speed that the full wagon can be pulled at. But since it's not going to be anywhere near double speed, I don't think it makes sense in our case, because I'd rather just get another horse carriage in that case. Your analytical logic unit is subconsciously optimizing them. Maybe. That might be true. That I can't really suppress though. I can't really help that. Alright, go through the end station. Incinerators up. Now we need the routes to bring the waste here. Since the storages aren't up yet, we'll just incinerate it directly into the building. And unload it directly into the building. The waste is supposed to travel to this waste storage in the future, but not the hazardous waste, the mixed waste is. So we'll just push everything towards the center right now. And the horse carriage itself can wait until unloaded, then load the mixed waste and just export it at the end. And since there's 3 different types of metal in this, it's gonna be pretty annoying, but we can't really separate anything. I think it's fair to say that if we enjoy this game, we're probably inherently analytical thinkers that are subconsciously interested in optimal outcomes. I am trying to make the city in a way where it's like realistic, as in not necessarily optimal. For too long have we followed the path of no pollution in the city. We must crush the ideology that is believing that no pollution is best. Some pollution will deal with criminality, and all will be good. Like how lucrative burning hazard waste is. That is something which you do well. Not seeing you build grid cities or straight line compounds for probably years, yeah. Will be the main income of your megacity tourism? Undefined, no idea yet. I was thinking like maybe we spend one of our initial research points and just plop a steel mill right in the megacity. That was like a thought I had, just a steel mill surrounded by residential buildings. And then we import coal and iron and export steel. It looked really cool in our test game. I also would like to research Soviet functionalism, so we have even higher density housing quite early. We need to... we only get one research point for our settlement. The rest of the research points have to come either from the date, like 1890, 1900 and so on, or the amount of people we have. So if we want more research, we have to make a lot of housing, a lot of people live in our city. Which is gonna be a thing. Don't know if the end station still works or not. Last time it was broken. And I worry... Nope, it works. Okay, good. Seems like it's working this time. Okay, good. Because no one's arriving here right now. I need some foreign workers actually running this show. No power, no water, no problem. They're still gonna work. Although power and water will increase efficiency. I'm not gonna carry the sewage away, I don't think. They can do that themselves. Do you spend tech points on research that doesn't unlock anything? No. Things that unlock... Only things that unlock something are counted. If I were to research the steel mill, this first tech doesn't unlock anything other than more tech, so this one doesn't cost a research point. But I can only start researching it once I decide that I want to research steel mill and spend the point on it, so I can't preemptively research all the tech that doesn't do anything. Otherwise you're still gonna be in the mindset of like, yeah, let's research, keep researching. No, you have to deliberately go through the process of picking a tech, and maybe you want something that's like not optimal for your current situation, but it has a lot of prerequisites, so you get to research more. Inner City Steel Mill is historically accurate, but I think in game its output will also be orphans. Maybe. I'm not sure we're going to be running an orphanage this time, but we'll see. Orphanage would be possible. And then we can use that to keep birth rate high and reduce criminality at the same rate. And the orphanage can be right next to the steel mill. Or something. Isn't the early inner city steel mill called the blacksmith shop? I do not know. I mean, if this is profitable, then we might as well also like handle the sewage. It's fine. I might just carry the sewage to the border. It's fine. I'm not a monster yet. I'm looking forward to learning about your very own Oliver twist. There's no twist. We'll also take away from the inner city pollution test that it's probably possible if I don't over-concentrate the pollution production. And I should have probably also give a little bit of a safety buffer around the industries of like 150 to 200 meters. And I need to keep happiness high. Otherwise it's not gonna work. But we will be trying it, I'm pretty sure. So one of the research points in the beginning is probably gonna be the steel mill. I think distribution office is gonna be like the first one. The free research point probably, and then steel mill the second one once we have 250 people living there. Then we can plan a steel mill area near the center. Was it just lower lifespan that was mitigated with birth rate? I think so, yeah. pretty much only lowered lifespan was the issue. There was no real happiness impact. Health was impacted, so more visitors to the hospital. Definitely gonna build a hospital. We'll also build the heating plant in the city. Not outside with heating pipes. Takes too long to set up. But it will be a large heating plant. At least like a large early start heating plant. And then at some point we might go medical university. Together with a technical university to try and reduce pollution, give vitamins to people. Do a couple things, like increase birth rate for example. Some things to help with the continuous growth and stability of the city. Would be appropriate. Alright, go build this thing. The rail construction office. There's some water that'll increase productivity. I think I only need like one worker here right now until we figure out the ideal amount of vehicles running. But yeah, the external storages are mainly there to like get the vehicle lines off of the building so a fire truck can get to the incinerator as quickly as possible without getting locked behind a lot of other vehicles. I think the waste carriages are going to be slower than the dumper wagons because the waste carriages can carry 2 tons. I'll probably dump the hazardous waste in here and pick the mixed waste up from this one, because then I have a longer path to store the hazardous waste wagons on. But yeah, I would like to keep the area in front of the incinerator clear. I don't know if I want to upgrade the road, but this way I'll keep myself the option open. I think the dirt road's gonna be fine, really. Just the area for the fire prevention and fire extinguishing should hopefully, should have gravel. Because I don't want rain to slow down my horse carriages enough where they don't make it to a roaring fire. That would be a bit unfortunate. Sure, that way. And then we can put like an entrance sign here for now. Were they using all those metrics in 1880? I don't know. Don't think so. I'll set vehicle repairs to 20%. We'll repair them as soon as possible. If we set them for repair right now, it wouldn't work. They only get repaired as soon as they demand a little bit of resources. So we could set everything to 10%, I guess. And then they'll go to repair as soon as they need some resource replaced on their wagons. have our 2 distribution offices bringing in resources. And yeah, distribution offices are going to be important in the city because we'll have to bring the resources from the rail unloading to where they are needed. And I'm not going to do that all by line, I don't think. We will use the cheap horse-based distribution offices, which at some point means we'll have to replace all of the buildings, fire stations, police stations and so on, with the truck equivalent, which needs new buildings. Well, we got time. More than 30 years. It's like 1960 to 1990. It's like the same time. We got time. Don't really need line spacing on the hazardous waste transportation route. I'll probably keep this entrance here later, because we can have the parking spaces on this side and then the road connection across. I mean, no, this one is going to be very busy because of the loading unloading always happening here. It would have to be behind this, so at some point I guess the road would come down this way. I guess that would make the most sense. Almost done with the power delivery to the area. It's going to make the incinerator a bit more efficient, but yeah, it's all going to be dependent on the hazardous waste import speed, which is not going to be very fast. Only 270 rubles, unfortunately. So much stuff. I don't know if this is going to give us money with all the different waste types mixed together. I think the profits are going to be much reduced, but I guess we can check it for one of the horse carriages. And yeah, then we'll start with rail construction, which is going to be the first time will enable us to buy a disassembled rail construction vehicle. I guess I could have bought that one right at the start too. I don't know if this is going to be enough money. This is pretty terrible. Maybe I do need to build a train running to the incinerator. Okay, we'll get a little bit of money from this. Tiny bit. Yeah, maybe I'll have to hook up the train track going like to the incinerator already. Which would be like a dedicated train track coming down here and just running across the rail construction office train track and then parking itself here. We'll get a waste dump, I guess, with a, or just like the factory connection train train station. Or we'll flatten the area behind it, build it on this side. Now I wonder if we still need those. I guess they would then become very quickly very obsolete. Guess we could unload into this storage. But I would also have to pick it up from this again because we can't recycle here. Yeah. I'm gonna abort these, I think. I think it's gonna be a train running this. I don't think this is gonna be necessary. Changed my mind. We'll need a demolition office or two. No construction, well, construction waste and metal scrap goes directly to the border, hazardous and mixed waste into the incinerator. Workers from the border. Is that a sewer line going into the customs office? No. It's a power line going to the foreign power connection. First year is already almost over. February 23rd. But hey, at least our incinerator's running. Yeah, I think a rail-based system for this makes the most sense. Going across the train tracks for the rail construction office is also not going to be too horrible because it doesn't travel across here very often. Like the both the waste train and the rail construction vehicle will not cross this a lot. So I think this is going to be the best solution for this conundrum. I will just have to put a waste unloading area here. We'll use that. It's gonna be the easiest way to hook it up. And then build a train track past the refueling station. I guess it could use the same rail connection as the construction vehicle. They wouldn't get in each other's way that much. Okay, I guess we'll build towards the customs house first and get the get a locomotive running to the waste incinerator, just to have like a sensible amount of money being made. A lot of the construction is costing us a lot of money right now, and the foreign workers being brought here, but that's just a business expense. Something is demolishing this somehow without workers. I don't know how. Okay, now it's stopped. Oh, you loaded it, never mind. That's not... Okay, that's the waste that was already lying around. I see. That makes more sense. That means the waste wagons are gonna become obsolete pretty early. Oh. Wait a minute. I don't have a coaling station yet. I could use an end station instead. While this is running. Let me empty out this storage, we'll get the refueling elsewhere. Put an end station here. That the train will run through as a replacement to a coaling station. Water pump from... I don't want to build a small water well, but... I also need a train depot. It's all coming together. Where's my planning gone? At least I left some room here to have it. Actually, no. This doesn't make any sense because a horse, carpenter, veterinary can't repair this. So I need like a normal repair station here too, to repair the trains. Or we just say don't repair the trains, we'll do that once we get to the city. Which was probably going to be done in 10 years, hopefully. One would assume. But I still need a depot to acquire trains. And then the end station to refuel them. Get rid of this. So end station. Would that work here? I think so. It's only for the waste train. Coal we can bring in by distribution office, no problem. However, we're not going to be able to build that section of train track through the end station. At least not if it's that short. Don't want to have to redo this either. Almost. Okay. I mean, the question is, can we get the road going over the train tracks? That is also open. I think we have to build the road first. But then the train tracks are still going to complain about that. Not happy. Otherwise, the end station will have to be on this side. I don't want it next to the customs house. Or we just build a normal coaling station. Ignore everything. Just set up a normal coaling station in the area that trains can go into to refuel. Like here. But like I said, this would then be pretty hard to reach by the fire station. Almost impossible. What are we gonna do? Do you recommend the early start DLC? For people who want more challenge, yes. That's more difficult than the regular game. Also, that question was 10 minutes ago. Sorry, I got a little bit distracted by building train tracks. This is the Moscow map from the World Maps DLC. What am I gonna do? I mean, once we have moved the rail construction to the city, we can tear down the entrance to the customs house or like build it proper. Definitely like get rid of this rail construction office. This would only be the entrance leading into the incinerator setup. I think in the beginning we just put a end station in, I guess. But where? I mean, the end station also doesn't have to be in the middle of the line. It could be behind the line somewhere. But build this like here, basically. And we can drop the end station on this side. So it unloads, waits until unloaded, gets to the end station and returns. So we'll drop the end station in here, I guess. That makes more sense. How do you build railroads that early? How do you transport the track builder from the customs house? I'm going to allow myself to buy the LTC, which arrives in 1919, and I'm going to use a horse carriage that comes with the default game. I don't know if it's in 1115 or 1116, but there is a flatbed horse carriage that will be able to carry the disassembled track builder to the rail construction office. Can carry vehicles up to 13 tons, and that will be able to carry it. This is what I don't want to have. Horse carriages waiting for a very long time. potentially causing us issues in case there's a fire. Alright, get this. And this assigned. No, wait, unassigned. No, you're not gonna bring electronics there. I thought, oh right, this is fuel. No, this is coal and water. I got the wrong vehicles. God dang it. I needed open hull, not covered hull. We got dumper wagons for the coal and gravel, and we need open hull for the building materials. And I need one water truck to bring it some water. So that it can refuel. So we need an end station, we need a repair station, we need a train depot. If we don't set up an end station, we could set up the train depot plus a coaling station here too, but I don't want other trains to enter this area. That would be too annoying. So it's just going to be an end station for this line, which goes over the road of the incinerator. I thought there would be a lot more workers arriving with their horse carriages once the line balancing would have been made. Right, open hull carriages, yes. Only steel and boards. And we want double as many boards as steel, twice as many. So we'll need bricks once we build train bridges, I guess, but for now we don't need it. We'll probably build another rail construction office next to the MegaCity 19 center to build those bridges instead of from building it here, once we have worker deliveries in that area. So this is only the train track over them across like the open plains. So the way we'll do it, like I said, we'll change vehicle availability to all. We'll get a disassembled track builder, LTC. Now we'll change it back. And you're going to carry the disassembled track builder to the rail construction office. I don't know how you loaded that from the edge of the customs house, but sure. How's Sodom treating you? No Tsars here. We're a Soviet Republic, god dang it. Hello, Archduke. Okay, you're waiting for way too long. Like, send a vehicle out every 60 seconds. I don't know what you're thinking with this line. More horses being sent out, please. Every 60 seconds, come on. Maybe even sooner than that, but that should be fine. We'll move the equipment over to the proper construction offices, which will handle this area with maintenance and any other building we need to do later down the line. Track builders inside. We'll need rail construction workers. And the rail construction may begin. Coal and water are present. Gravel deliveries will be slow, but it should pick up pace. Any spare dumper carriage we have, we can send on a dedicated line bringing gravel here if we want to. But as the train track gets longer and longer, the slow arrival of resources is not going to be the main issue anymore. It's going to be the distance at that point. Also need a fire station in Sasalis, otherwise those things can burn down. I mean, I guess the most important thing will be a passenger train station. I will have to bring passengers there by train, or we just have to slowly feed the foreign workers from the border all the way to the MegaCity 19 center. I guess that's also possible. Would look quite weird though. I feel like passenger train from the border will be a must, yeah. Plus a passing track, I'm pretty sure. An oil well might be handy. No oil well. No. I don't know if there's oil here. There's probably oil somewhere. I'm not doing oil right now. I've decided to do a hazardous waste. All those are waiting until loaded. No other hazardous waste carriage can unload. Yeah, I think the train is gonna make this more efficient. I just still need the train depot. But maybe we can fit that one in here on this side. Probably possible. Any profits from the waste burning yet? Yeah. Every time we import hazardous waste, our import cost gets reduced. So far, 7,000 rubles. Plus the export in mixed waste, which is a couple more rubles. 317. So another 5% on top. And the construction waste is from the building demolition right now. So this whole thing is gonna change right in the beginning because of the horse carriages being really slow. I mean, if I had separated them between unloading just hazardous waste and then picking up mixed waste from another storage, it would have been fine too. I will just solve it with a train and only use the internal storages, so the train at most can carry 55 tons of hazardous waste. And it'll load whatever mixed waste is here and then bring it to the border. What do you need? You need another passenger wagon and dumper. Yeah, the covered hull in the maintenance offices is probably not necessary, since we don't need any electronic or mechanical components other than the incinerator. So like one each instead of two is probably sufficient, but might as well have them here. Horse veterinary. That's why I wanted the covered hull ones, but I guess you can deal with that. Bring fabric over here, I guess. 80% fabric. And crops too, sure. That's fine too. And you'll bring some steel and boards. No intermediary storage for the imported waste on the factory connection to the train station? No. It's only going to be a single train running. It's going to wait until unloaded and then load the mixed waste and then going to keep running. I think this is a pretty neat solution to the fact that we don't have early rail construction vehicles, we just use the ones we have. I mean, I could have gone in and edited like the date of that vehicle, I guess, to make it available in 1880. But we're still doing the same thing for the other trains and the other cargo wagons, and I didn't want to do that, I guess. Yeah, once the demolition is done, at that point we can put in the end station further back, because we still need a train depot here too. I guess the end station could be sideways next to the incinerator. So there's like a train line going into the end station and a train line going to the train depot straight through. And then we need a vehicle repair station at some point, potentially, which we can retrofit after the fact. Don't need to worry about that right now, trains last forever. Maybe in 10 years we can build a repair station. But yeah, we almost spent like 80,000, I think, of our money to get the setup. It's gonna be more money spent on the trains. If we want 50, let me get the train wagons already, so we know how much we're like talking about right now. Vehicle availability to all again. So a steam locomotive. I still haven't made the decision yet if shunter or... I think I'm going to use one of the like appropriate times. So we're going to get like... I don't know if this is an E, but I'm going to call it an E series. Instead of a Prussian T1, Prussian T18. This one is probably going to be the passenger transportation train later on. We'll get this one. And some old cargo wagons for waste. Not from 41. 19, I guess. Something like that. The oldest ones, basically. Let's go by production start date. So Essen waste, basically. Two of them would be 41 tons already. I guess we'll go with 3 of them. And hope it's not too much. And back we go. Are you removing the storages? Because it's all going to be handled by a train. I've decided that it's going to be run by a train instead of the horse carriages. While the rail construction vehicle slowly builds towards the megacity, the hazardous waste train can run the import and export of the hazardous/mixed waste. So I've changed my mind. I want it set up differently. $73,000 on the train, I guess. Train will just wait until unloaded, right? Basically act as a storage. Yes, it'll wait until unloaded. It has slightly more cargo, 60 something tons, to the internal storage of the incinerator, but I think it incinerates down to a small enough amount where it can fit into the 39 tons. If not, we'll have to reduce the amount of waste carried, I guess. But I didn't want to just carry 40 tons, I guess. And later on, if we really feel like we want another storage in between here, we can fit one in. Put a waste dump there, for example. I don't think so, though. We can risk it backlogging itself with a tiny bit of cargo remaining on all the wagons, stopping it to refill with burned waste. Yeah, can't do that. We can't do that because it will not load the mixed waste, I don't think. No ash pile? No. The resulting incinerated waste is horrendously clogged with everything. So no waste separation here. Can't sort this. Okay. Now, we can theoretically already start bringing all the materials to the construction center. The thing we haven't set up yet is like the fire station for this area, because I do not want anything here burning down. And I would need to test on how far the phone workers can get in a horse carriage. Now, I obviously don't want to build the road out, because that would take ages with workers. So we will test it with phone workers in a horse carriage, carried by construction office to a construction site in non-winter time, because winter is going to be even slower. So we'll create like our construction offices in the cluster assignment tool to bring the construction materials here. First the groundwork materials, and then we'll send one horse carriage over and see how far it gets. I believe it will not get all the way. And what that means is we will have to set up like an intermediate bus stop, a fire station, or just 2 bus stops I guess, with a free gas station, to collect foreign workers from the border and then pick them up from here to carry them to the construction site. By the time you get a plane, you will have solved the transit issue due to the time it takes to unlock. Yes. I think this is going to solve itself just by waiting a couple decades. But that's not the goal with the MegaCity, obviously. Then we would have failed. We'll put the horse carriages for the workers into a different group here of their own construction offices, basically. They can still be on auto assignment. They wouldn't go to the other center by themselves, I don't think. And the rest will be resource carrying construction offices, which are not beholden to any time restrictions really. They can carry things indefinitely, pretty much. Not using any modded time speed. Gonna take a while. Yes, no modding. Other than resetting the time back of the starting date. They will all come back and want to refuel as they come back. So we'll give them like gas stations, horse carriages, stations to do that. They can all do that in an area here on the road on their way to their construction offices as they return, I guess. Alright, go ahead and start bringing materials. This is only preparing the groundworks. No one's building that up yet. If we can build like a train line all the way to this area and build a passenger station, we could build it up by workers arriving here by train, which would be a lot more efficient. But yeah, it's still gonna be a little bit awkward, I guess. I have no means of unloading horse feed by train here right now, other than the warehouse. So I guess part of it could be horse feed, which I guess will be fine. Then we can bring this to a horse feeding station once it's set up. Like I said, in our previous megacity, it took us 7 years to get to the edge where we started the city, like here, from a customs house with a 1960 start. So I don't expect this to be faster than that, but it could be a little bit. We'll see. Because back then I was doing weird stuff, like actually finishing the infrastructure before continuing and stuff like that. We're not going all out with infrastructure here. I wanted to basically have like electric train tracks leading all the way to the city, which took ages. So end station I'm considering like this maybe, or like angled I guess, so it can hook up, and then another line going down into a depot next to the road, and then behind the depot there would be the road to the end station, not over the train tracks. Something like that. And if we build the depot quickly, well, we still have to build the train line up to this point and all the way to the customs house. That'll probably be finished in time, so we can make use of the train we bought with the 3 waste wagons. And if we notice that the incinerated waste only takes up like half of the space, then we can make the waste train longer if we want to. Mods. Hello Mega Monkey. You're a mod. You are a mod. And you can't change that. But we've run through a lot of our money already. 210,000. Almost half of our money used. This better work. This better work. But this is very slow. And these are also less profitable, unfortunately, but what can you do? Like I said, if it doesn't work out, we will have to go to a different customs house and search the customs houses for like one that has really good like a hazardous waste ratio. Basically looking for one that has as much hazardous waste as possible, while it doesn't have any metal scrap, aluminum scrap, or construction waste. Because then you can import, incinerate, and just leave the ash to rot in your republic without having to re-export it. Let's get some of these horse carriages to help with the demolition work, because I think setting it up is going to be more important than running the waste incineration right now. We need the train depot and the end station to be set up. I'm still not sure about the water delivery, but I think the water delivery to the end station is probably going to be done by horse carriage too. I don't think I'll set up a water pump on this cliff. Yeah, building all the road out with gravel. Is there anything weird going on with our prices? Why are we spending so much money already? Gravel is going up. A bit. Crops. Well, we haven't imported anything food related except for horses, I guess. Coal is fine. Iron had a little bit of an increase recently. Probably from running the imports of steel to the rail construction office. Oil is fine, wood is cheap. Worker cost 10 rubles per foreign worker. 50,000. Vehicle imported is 128,000, so all those horse carriages plus the train together. Mainly the train made up a huge amount of cost, I guess. Resources are cheaper than the foreign workers. could get quite an expensive train. Yeah, I didn't want to get any later than 1920 train, so there were only two options, this or the Prussian one, which would have been more expensive. And I still need the Prussian one to carry my passengers at some point. Then it will go from the customs house all the way over to city center. And we'll probably set up the passenger unloading station to get the workers delivered there. Run the ones for 20k same period? No. Definitely not. This is 1924, so we got the Prussian T118, the E-Series, and this is a passenger one. This one can't pull any cargo. This one carries only workers. So only these three are an option, pretty much. These ones are 1927. You could argue that yes, they would probably be fine, but I limited myself to 1920, starting production, I guess. The other ones, I'll allow myself to build if I produce them myself, I guess. But that's the limitation. So we would have to get rail construction set up. As in making trains, not making train tracks. You can't connect the Tomahawk with itself either? I think you can. I think you can make a longer passenger train with itself. Pretty sure. It's gonna be a while until we're in the center of the map. The next part is basically the construction sector in the center. I hope it's planned out sufficiently well. We got concrete, asphalt. We got unloading for bitumen, cement. We got unloading for crops, mechanical and electronic components. So also for the fuel stations here. Basic construction materials, gravel unloading. The only thing we don't have right now is coal for like an end station, which we should probably set up for trains leading into the city. Is there already start incinerator that generates electricity? No. For those you need modern industry, 1958. Not available earlier. And for the megacity itself, we definitely have to go towards water production locally. Imported chemicals by train will make that possible. Sewage discharge into the river. No water treatment is probably a mistake. Especially if we hook it up to running water, but I think the running water thing is going to be a change for the future that we'll have to start. Because if we do running water, it's going to be like... Actually, we might have to do running water. And then maybe just run the sewage pipe very far away. I don't know, that's kind of like a failure point. But if we don't do running water, then it's going to be a ton of horse carriages just carrying water around. Can you even treat polluted rivers? Rivers are at 77% pollution. And a sewage treatment plant can easily make the sewage less polluting than the river water. Hello, Simon. Welcome. Self-made water is a huge cost saving, yeah. I mean, That is not the question. I have to make my own water for sure. I'm not carrying water from the border all the way to the city by horse carriages. The question is self-made water carried by horse carriage from the water treatment plant to the water substations, or by pipe. Because if we do the horse carriages, then less water is consumed, but we consume crops instead, and it could create more traffic. If we do the piping, more sewage is going to be created, more water is consumed, more chemicals needed, but we don't need any horse carriages for that anymore. YOLO horse delivery will be fine with enough substations, yeah. That was a mess. I mean, that would work, yeah. I would have substations in a lot of areas until we can cut down the amount, but once we get better trucks, but I think a water network with water piping is probably going to be necessary fairly early on. Not in the beginning right away, but yeah. Since we're planning on growing the city, like we bumbled around with like 1,000 workers for a while in our horse start, and that it shouldn't really happen in this one. I hope. Granted, the horse capacity the carrying capacity for the horse carriages has also been increased quite a bit. But yeah, we'll see. I will have to get these horse carriages back when I want to build the depot and the end station. They're gonna be really, really hungry when they get back, that's for sure. We'll have the train tracks come along this side, and we'll end with like a passenger station with a track to the side. And maybe a coaling station in front of it. Although the coaling station would have to be protected by fire trucks first, I think. I'm not sure if coaling stations can catch on fire. I vote for being cheap and dirty until infinite profitable economy is achieved. Yeah, about that. I mean, cheap and dirty is definitely going to happen. That's the plan. But how? I mean, like sewage system water and sewage system should already be a thing. The chemical treatment plant, I guess, is the question, and that might be something we're skipping, I guess. Which will make like the reworking of the sewage system in the future a challenge, but that's fine. Importing sewage to dump into the river. That is another thing, but usually the price of that goes down pretty quickly. It's only 10 rubles per ton, I guess. 9 rubles. Not that great. But it is something. So, depot. Short train depot. Long trains will be started inside the city. I think. I don't want to build a long train depot here, do I? I don't think so. Well, we future-proof ourselves and build a long train depot right now, right here. Because the resource deliveries to the city will have to happen by long trains, so I guess this makes sense. Maybe if we put the end station here, we can have the long train depot on the outside and save a little bit more space that way. Long trades, yeah. Importing sewage I already read. Long train depot here. Yeah, let's flip these around. I can make a better looking station that way, I think. We'll have this one maybe here already. Directly connected to this road should be fine. And then the long train depot can be here, with the road going behind the building. So they can be fairly close together. But if I want it to be proper, we're also going to plan for a future repair station here. A small one. There, I guess. So trains that want repairs would have to go through this setup, which is always blocked by a train transporting waste, which is not ideal. I think it's just going to be the end. Well, I do need a depot. It's going to be the end station and a small depot. Or I guess we just hook it up from the other side. That would be the other option. Can you fit a track behind the incinerator? Yeah, we can flatten another train track through here too. Maybe that's the better option for the train depot instead of like using the same route. We just put the end station here and put the long train depot further out and just flatten the terrain a little bit. That makes more sense. Once we have some actual foreign workers in the area who can do that for us. You know what? We're gonna have like a group of workers whose only job is to be here for terraforming. They're only going to walk back between those two bus stops. If they manage to find themselves locked in here, should there at some point be no room, then you can go to other buildings, but otherwise there will be workers here who aren't going to walk anywhere else and are just there for terraforming. Which is going to take a while, so we'll have to wait until enough workers are here. Gonna build up pretty quickly though. Once the terraforming is done, we can let them work normally, I guess. We are going to use the airfield trick, either the runway or the taxiway. Is usually the fastest way to terraform terrain, but you do need some workers. Terraforming. Does the bin trick work with this? Of course it does. Still need room for the open storages for the incinerator? No, it's only loading, unloading into the factory connection. No open storages. This is even worse than the airfield trick. You just need to click really fast, I guess. Oh god. Okay. The old terraforming indeed. Alright. Auto clicker when. Okay, then we can build it behind that way. The end station is still going to be right here. Because we can build that train track through the station. Train goes in, refuels, whatever, goes back out, picks up hazardous waste again. So that's its route in the area. But then the long train depot will be somewhere here, and then we can have a repair station in this area too. We don't need the repair station to technically like reach the end station, but we might as well. So the vehicle route here also gets that repair, basically. God dang it, game. Is the track builder even turned on? Yes. Yes, it is. It's doing its job. Whenever workers arrive here, which currently we're bringing a lot of workers to this bus stop, way too many for terraforming. I don't need them anymore, so... Return of workers waiting on this stop, and then they'll all get shoved out of the other stop, basically. Then we can turn off workers waiting on that stop, basically. And they're all going on to work sites now. I don't think I need a steel storage for this. It should be fine without. Steel can be brought in whenever repairs are necessary. Having extra storage seems overkill. Okay, that'll hook up our rail network to an area where we can actually store trains and repair them and, yeah, run the train route with an end station. For the train leading towards the city, we need a coaling station for sure. Or also an end station, I guess. We could run it through the end station and then onto the track, but the end station would be elsewhere. I assume you use the Time Master mod to roll back to 1880? Yes. And then I enable vehicle availability to all to just allow myself to have a track builder from 1919, which I still think is era appropriate. I hope it's not going to cause the rail crossing to be closed for the whole unloading duration of the train while it's standing in the station. Otherwise, that's going to be a bit of a problem. Large train depot also takes a little bit longer to build, I guess. Yay, they delivered some resources. Great. 450 meters. Probably here then. Yeah. Yeah, this is I'm concerned about with the end station, but we'll see if it works or not. I hope it does. Oh, the horses are busy in the middle. Yeah, they're running back here right now, I think. Well, some of them are still delivering stuff. Conveyor engine. Of course. But we do have two construction officers here who are not assigned to build anything in the center. They are always just building locally. And I might move one of the open covered hull horse carriages out to put another dumper carriage in. Probably would be useful. But then again, if I'm building factory connections, like conveyor connections, I mean, I'd be happy to have those in, because they also have very low capacity. Spending so much money on the initial setup, but it's going to be a good thing to have the capacity for having long trains available right from the get-go. Otherwise we're going to regret that fairly quickly. Mm-hmm. Rail construction, yeah. Not enough workers right now. Keep more workers in reserve. So yeah, no temporary settlements or our own workers anywhere else. It's gotta start in the center. Anything else is fine. We could build like temporary resource storages or temporary fire stations along the road, but they would all have to be run with foreign workers somehow. And we start some residences. Once we've built up all the logistics to actually start building them up in the center. This is not going to be a city here. This is just an area to try and finance our megacity in the center of the map. The megacity is supposed to start here. But since horse carriages are really slow, and I can't really start the construction in the center without sufficient logistics, we have to set everything else up first. Main point here is a way to run long trains out of the area, and a means to run passenger trains as well. Has to be developed. Bringing foreign workers from the customs house to the new city center so we can build stuff up over there. But it means we have to at least be able to build a passenger station over there to set things up. That's what we did in Siberia run. We built like train tracks and a passenger station, and then that made it possible to build the settlement up. But back then we used our own workers to bring to that passenger station, which we don't have this time. Foreign workers last longer anyway. But the own workers and foreign workers you can unload on temporary stops on the road there to refresh their timer, I guess. Transfer, unload them, reload them, and the timer is reset back to normal. Works with buses too, but we would have to have a lot of buses to make that work. I'm not happy with how many workers are showing up at the workplaces here. I feel like the horse carriages are not spread out well enough and too slow. Shocker. Will the megacity include any farms? Probably not. I kinda said that I probably don't want to have any raw resources be a necessity, so raw resources are most likely all going to get imported. But I don't know. I have seen pictures of New York showing farms right next to like skyscrapers, so we'll see. Probably not though. But if we have like an excess amount of workers, then we could set up some farms just right outside the residential areas. They do need farm buildings to run their fields. But horse farms are pretty cheap to build. Resource extraction can be in the middle of the cities. Yep. We did that in MegaCity 1 version 2 as well. Gravel extraction. We did it in the first version too. We'll have to see. Like, I don't know what the resource distribution is on this map, how it looks like. Running some gravel extraction on this middle island could be a thing, I guess. Or on the coast of the river, like the side of the river. But I'm planning for everything being imported for now, because running those things would require more workers to be sent there, and right now I'm hoping that we can run the asphalt, concrete plant, fire station to keep things safe. Until we have our first people moving into the city center. Yeah, the worker deliveries here are really, really slow. Need a lot more horse carriages. Which means that horse feed distribution could become an issue at some point. I think we'll reduce the amount of workers to 5 in the rail construction office, otherwise that one's eating too many workers too. I'd rather have it be consistently supplied with workers than building quickly. Otherwise the traveling back and forth is just going to take up too much time of that vehicle's time. Until we build up a stockpile of workers in the bus platforms, there's no need to do anything else. I thought it was a transfer unload. Is it just a regular unload? I forgot how I set it up on the other map with forcing people back on the bus route. More workers. Hopefully the line spacing will do its job a bit more efficiently. When the route planners say line spacing wasn't supported, it's going through an end station. So the end station is doing the line spacing. That's why it's not supported. Because it's handled by a different building. Even 10 workers in the fire station is too much. I'm gonna cut that down to 8. I'm sure nothing is gonna burn down, right? This is an authentic, no telegraph poles and wires. That's not a feature of the game, unfortunately. Not my fault. Although above ground power poles are probably gonna be a thing that makes that look somewhat more thematic and era appropriate. We will have to get the power to the MegaCity 19 center by high voltage initially, but we'll probably also build a power plant fairly soon. I'm gonna have like decentralized power structure in MegaCity 19 with several power plants in the area. Not gonna rely on foreign power, but foreign coal. It's all gonna be weird, I think. Almost at the border of the rail construction, after which you can start building to either the end station or the train depot. But I need a coal mine. Maybe. If there's coal in the city somewhere, we can also set up a coal mine. It's not going to be more polluting than a steel mill anyway. Only 8 tons. It's like 4 times as polluting as a clothing factory. That doesn't matter. Iron processing plant, another 8 tons. And if we want the steel mill, that would be 40 tons. Yeah, like a mine is probably not a big issue having that inside the city compared to the other industries we're thinking: incinerator, power plant, steel mill. It's gonna be a bit of a polluted city. The incinerator will start working at 5 workers once we have the train running. Until then, we don't need that many workers in the incinerator either with the low amount of horse carriages running right now. Let's check how much money we've earned since the start. I did reduce the amount of hazardous waste being imported. Still 17.7 thousand compared to the 30,000 in steel imports. I'll do its thing once we have a train running for sure. Polluted city just sounds like an 1800 city to me. Well, then it sounds perfect. Yeah, we need a resource train and we need a passenger train, I guess. It's probably going to be a fairly small city core to get some workers going that are like, well, the heating plant's probably going to be a full-blown one, but some small houses, food, clothing, basic shopping center, some alcohol. they're gonna be fairly unhappy. Want to go back from 1920 to 1880? So we have more time. So trucks don't show up as soon, so we have more time of horse carriages and trains, I guess. Otherwise the modernization kicks in too quickly. I would start in 1920 if we could slow down the overall progress, I guess. So we spent longer from 1920 to 1930. But the time progression overall is still... You go through the eras quite quickly, comparatively. So some of the vehicles don't get as much time as you sometimes wish they could. Come on, YouTube. Apparently that song has a very, very long outro. Could have 2 more construction offices here, I guess. We really, really wanted them. We could make the... Oh, okay, maybe this one is silly, but here should definitely have room for another one. But I think 2 should be sufficient. This area is not going to do a lot of construction after it's been set up. Just maintenance of itself and at some point modernization. Thankfully we'll already have a modern repair station, so we will just need to, I guess in the future, place 2 modern construction offices to replace the horse ones. And then they can do the maintenance of the location in the future. I recall the history lesson on Salt Lake City. Main streets had to be wide enough for a team of oxes pulling a wagon to turn around. Makes sense. U-turn capable roads, I guess. I mean, we've already started with the construction of the stuff in the center. All the other construction vehicles are pretty much busy delivering resources to this, which is the setup we need to actually start delivering resources to the area. I was thinking, like, could you basically, I haven't tested that yet, but could you basically park a train into one of these and then have the trucks load off of this cargo train station directly from the train? So would this be like a faster way? Set this thing up and they can get steel, brake, sports from the cargo train station. That is fairly quick to set up. But I didn't test that one. Could be an interesting idea. Wait until unloaded and you would have to micromanage it until you have the proper storage to set up, I guess. Or wait until unloaded for bricks, which is probably the material emptied out the most. Glorious cargo station logistics hub. Yeah, that would be the other option, but like I said, we're just setting up a temporary construction sector till we can build something a bit more proper, I guess. The goal is to get the city up and running. I don't want to spend several streams getting to the city center. I want money to build it, and then I want to focus on the city center itself. For which we need trains. The rail construction is going to be, like, I guess, the limiting factor. Maybe we need to set up multiple rail construction offices in between. This is such a long piece of track. Maybe I need to get a different track builder. I don't know. I guess I can do the same thing that other streamers are doing and put it up to chat vote. We're not gonna get anything super modern, but like 1930s BR80 track builder or something like that. Eyes on the price, yeah. Like this whole curve of the river is like perfect to develop a city in, and then have like bridges across, brick bridges. It would be really nice. But yeah, distribution offices are now capable of like bringing the resources in fast enough and not be stressed about it. 80k 300? No. But a BR80 long track builder would be ridiculously efficient at doing that. Just cutting down the amount of time the train has to like take traveling back and forth would be really nice. Once the train starts building these tracks, they're going to be a lot quicker, because the train doesn't have to travel back and forth as much. But yeah, you can see how long it already takes traveling to and from the customs house area. And that's just going to get worse and worse. We need to build up the fire station in the center and a passenger train station. Once those two are constructed, and we have not reached the center with a rail construction vehicle yet, at that point we will probably decide to pull the trigger on an BR80 track builder long, I guess. How's the waste income? Around 18,000 so far, not a lot. The steel import was 30,000. But I mean, construction prices are gonna slow down, and the train import will accelerate things quite a lot. So it will be profitable, I believe. I hope. On the first incineration trip, we'll have to see how much it fills up the internal waste storage of the incinerator. And if it's less than half, then we can decide to add more cargo train wagons, I guess. If we want to. I also will have to run it through the end station as soon as possible, so it does get fuel. And it doesn't start complaining about no access to coal and water. Can always hook up another incinerator. Yeah. But I also don't want to overdo it, because then it becomes less and less efficient. The price of hazardous waste is very volatile. If you overdo it, you basically don't get as much money anymore. So it's nicely balanced. You do get a decent amount of change from it, but not an infinite amount. So the first trip it'll have to do is to run through the end station, the water wagon will be told to probably wait until unloaded. Actually, it'll probably alternate. Waiting until unloaded at the end station because that one's going to empty out faster. Coal can be delivered by distribution office, but water has to be a dedicated route, I guess. That would work too. Hello, Raspitor. Welcome. Doing okay. Getting settled into a MegaCity 1 run, where I realized after starting the kind of mess we've put ourselves in. How do we get foreign workers here to build stuff up? We have no intermediate worker facilities. The force carriages is going to be way too slow. Would require a lot of refueling. Feeding. How did the pollution experiment end? Did you get any results you might want to share? Well, it seems like it's possible to run a polluted city with decent enough happiness. 70% happiness can make up a lot of pollution deficit. Pollution itself doesn't lower loyalty or happiness itself, just life expectancy and health. Sufficient medical care from a hospital with enough ambulances will lower the amount of deaths rather well. But if you overdo it, then yes, you'll have a negative loyalty spiral on your hand, negative population growth spiral on your hand. It's very slow though. So yeah, I'm gonna probably build a city that has industries right in the center, which was the first time we did MegaCity run and it failed. But I think this time I might be better prepared for it, hopefully. And we'll also include orphanages, which will hopefully make the population growth more efficient. Because once we start running prisons, we would cut down on our population growth, because every prisoner would lose their children. And we can't have that happen. Crime handling is going to be really important because crime lowers happiness quite quickly in cities that grow quickly. Epidemic, sure. Always good to have epidemics, I guess. 2 more construction tasks after this, maybe? Maybe only 1. Only 1, okay, sure. 20 days should be doable by the rail construction vehicle, I think. 15, definitely. And then we can build the tracks to the end station and depot. Yeah, not having a coaling station here is a bit of a problem. I will need a coaling station for the trains leading out of this area. I'm not going to optimize the customs house yet, based on like the idea of running a large volume of long trains through it. It's gonna be important enough to just have a coaling station here, I guess. Maybe the coaling station will also be back here, with a train line leading down the hill. It needs to be close to the fire station. What's the productivity percentage for foreign workers? I don't know. Slightly higher than your own workers, I guess. It fluctuates wildly. I don't know. See, 76%, 78. 80, 62, 84, 107, 91, 60, 55. So, yeah. No idea about the average. Starting 1960, after 1965 we are not allowed to import any vehicles. We can only produce vehicles with resources we produce. I have an issue that some vehicles are 100% wear and tear. Well then, that's a death spiral. I mean, all the resources you produce... I mean, you have to go to horses then, I guess, but you still will need steel. Fabric is doable. Boards is doable. Steel, I don't know. That seems rough. Unless you allow yourself to make steel by smelting metal scrap, I guess, then that would be a workaround, I guess. But that would be quite costly. We're producing steel, but it's difficult to get people to the steel mill. That's why we're going to build the steel mill for us right in the city, I think. And hope it works. Importing coal and iron and running the steel mill in the city is going to be a new experience. Should not be too close to the heating plant though. I gotta be a bit careful about that. It will probably be like near the construction sector. But that would also put more train traffic over the rail line to the customs house. But I guess by that point, it's only resources coming in. We should have our own workers. And then I guess next to the steel mill we can have the rail construction office. Currently running the mill with cable cars, cause buses not fast enough. Yeah, I can see that. Cable cars are pretty good at that. In 1960, buses should be fast enough. Can't buy buses. Okay, well that's a different issue then. I thought you were already producing your own vehicles. And now you say I can't because I don't have steel. So are you also producing your own cableway cars? Because those technically are also vehicles, are they not? Okay. Sounds like you're a little bit annoyed by your challenge, which is very good. That makes it a challenge. Jesus Christ, we have 76 viewers. What the... Why do we have so many viewers all of a sudden? Have people been waiting for the next MegaCity run? The stress is real. I don't know. Big city. Well, it's gonna be a while until big city, but... Big city. When is first GigaCity run? That one is already passed. It's with nothing to do in our life. That's relatable. You're popular, apparently. Had 80 viewers when I connected. Ah, okay. Not really annoyed. The thing is, we wait for materials is frustrating. Well, that's annoyed then. That's perfect. There's something in your supply chain that's annoying and that you want to fix. It's perfect. We're here to put on pressure. No, please don't. Thank you. It's a chill MegaCity run. We're gonna like play like this until 1920 and then we have access to trucks and all the pressure's gonna go away. If people had voted for 1850 start, that would have been crazy. Like 60 years with no trucks. We're not going to do the voting for resetting time. The time is what it is. The messed up statistics from the time reset were too annoying. Look at our little Blinky, he's a big time grown-up streamer. Go Blinky, fly. Oh boy. And now I do the Raid Shadow Legends intro, right? How long does 1 year take in real life? I guess how long does 40 years take? We're like almost through 2 years. And it's been 4.5 hours. Usually it's like 2 to 3 hours per in-game year. So there you go. Welcome at 5 AM my time, and your stream is interesting to watch and sip coffee. Sounds perfectly fine to me. Having mac and cheese right now for lunch. 80 to 120 hours before I get trucks. 30 years times 3, 90 hours, yeah. First trucks appear in 1912. So we got about 30 years until then. 60 to 90 hours. Probably slowed down due to city planning at some point, but you know. I think this is the most efficient way to not spend too much money on train tracks, but my god is it. We're gonna arrive, train's gonna build this, return to the rail construction office, gonna build this, return, build this. We'll probably have a track builder office here at some point. Not in the beginning though. We'll need a free bus stop here to make sure that the workers can like walk in a circle and like go from the train platform to the bus stop and back, so they don't disappear when they arrive here. And then we need the train platform itself. Small train platform for people arriving. 250 workers is probably enough. That would be more than enough. Why is this one cheaper? So confused. I like this one for the aesthetics. That way we can bring the phone workers here, but someone has to build this up. I guess the fire station they don't have to build up. If the train platform burns down, that would be really annoying though. I don't think that can happen. Have you built 18 megacities thus far? No, it's called MegaCity 19 because of 19th century, I guess. We have not done 18 megacities before this. Mostly a reference to the century. Really unfortunate waste distribution. We could try the waste on another customs house and see how it looks there, but I don't want to like start building waste incinerators on every customs house. We just need enough money to make this stable. That's what the job of the train is. Second winter. If we look at the MegaCity 19 center, I don't know how much I should plan for this already. I think the center is going to start with a heating plant. There's not going to be any heating pipes whatsoever. It's going to be the heating plant and that's it. So the housing will be next to the structure. Coal deliveries were supposed to maybe arrive by conveyor over the water into a dedicated storage next to the heating plant. And that storage will also have to be connected by conveyor. So it fills the internal storage of the heating plant, and we don't get a warning message once the storage is empty and then the heating plant is also empty right away. That would be too late. It has to be that way. Like the idea was maybe for the initial support of the distribution of coal, we don't build a coal storage here, we just conveyor it right across the water. This is gravel storage, but coal could then be unloaded here too, to run the heating plant. If it is in range. What is the max range we can achieve with this? I assume it will tell me it's too long. Does it do that? Yes. Has to be off of that storage, the train platform. Something like this could work, I guess. So we distribute the coal to the heating plant. Conveyor more expensive than cable cars? Oh yeah, we could also use a cable car, but cable car would require research, which we don't have right now. Why no piping? Because I don't want to pipe heating. There's always going to be more city developed around this. Might as well get used to the fact that the coal heating plants are going to be inside the city. 1881 start, anything but an 1880 start, yes. Conveyors are really expensive, yes. But I don't want to make money the limiting factor, which is why we're building this. Which I hope will do its job, but no guarantees. One problem I guess we have is that the technical service trying to transport the mixed waste to the incinerator might not have a place to unload it if it's full with hazardous waste all the time. That's probably fine. Even if this would fill up with hazardous waste, with mixed waste, and we wouldn't handle it, it's just foreign workers. Right now. I mean, that was just one idea. The other idea is have a distribution office running. And then, yeah, maybe cableway cars would be a good way to handle it across this instead of a conveyor. We don't need that much throughput. It was just an idea. Resource storage here into cableway car station, carrying it across. Or just... yeah, we would need a coal storage at the unloading station at that point. Coal storage, cableway car to this storage. Coal barge, have it stay until unloaded. Load the coal here onto a ship and bring it here. Just that... oh god. I can run horse carriages, probably more efficient than that. Instead of setting up a repair station just for the river barges, but maybe. NATO coal, are you crazy? That's gonna take so long to get here. We're gonna run out of heating before it gets here. Oh, I would need a ton of ships to make up the transportation route, I guess. Garbage barge. They don't exist in the base game. No chance. Need coal mine like every Victorian era megacity? Yes, but we don't know where the coal is yet. I haven't scanned or looked at where coal is. I mean, if we look into the megacity center and there's coal here, that would be kind of hilarious. Let's take a sneak peek. No coal. No coal. So no random coal here. Yeah, the first step is always like the most difficult, actually getting like a functional settlement going with some workers to have construction workers near the megacity. And then making sure that the resources are supplied adequately. With horse carriages, that's definitely going to be done with trains instead. And then hopefully everything's going to be fine. Oh god. Look near those hills between both cities. I mean, I guess I can scan everything now, but... nope. There's some coal. Low quality, 50%. If the megacity grows out that far, or we run like a passenger route here to run our own coal production, definitely doable. Nothing here. And that's about it. I guess there's another hill on that side, but... nope. So 50% coal mine. Definitely enough to provide for our own heating, I think. Would have to be upgraded to a modern one at some point, which has double the capacity. In workers. But yeah, not in the beginning. In the beginning, we have to get the settlement off the ground first, and it's going to be a ton of resource materials being shifted around just to get the food going. And once we get up to like 3,000 people in the megacity core, like have some amount of extra population going to do something with it, then we can think about like an industry. Coal and steel. Yes, a steel mill is kind of like the plan because it looked so cool yesterday. I wish there were other games set in that era where you could set up production chains, but oh well. And take a drink. So tomorrow might be an afternoon stream of workers and resources, or maybe I'm going to do something completely different. Maybe tomorrow is going to be no workers and resources. On Monday we would be back though. I don't want to burn out on this megacity run. I gotta have to take it carefully, slowly. There's a game from that era, but you're a hater. Nah, I don't think there's any game from that era. Oh, you mean Imperialism? I have those two games. That's fine. Very simple, nice production chains. When you start Captain of Industry, but there's no transit in that game, only cargo. Yeah. Still wanted to play that game at some point. Have not done so yet. Have not seen the steam trains in action. Mickey 3, yeah, that one too. MegaCity 69 when? I know 420, I don't know. Hello Decipher. Welcome. How's the logistics news cycle? I never played that one. I saw it on the Lucky Leader stream, and when I saw it, it looked kinda like building the same building all over in a grid-like fashion, and it looked kinda weird. So Decipher, have you looked at the, listened to the YouTube video I posted, or do I need to post a sad emoji in your Discord? I have it open right now. Have you listened to it or not? I'm ready. I can click any emote in the list right now. Have not. Usually takes me between 1 to 50 days to get to those. Right. That it'll be then. 1 to 50 days. I'll contact you again in February. In March, I mean. We'll see about that. Still not money positive, but like I said, we're not importing any waste yet in large enough quantities to make this profitable. Yeah. We might have to research steel mill before anything else. If we make our own steel with imported iron and coal, and later on our own produced iron and coal, then things like conveyor engines are not going to be as expensive anymore. Mechanical components could be cheaper. Making our own trains would be more easily doable at that point too. Wait, a compliment from Super Dano? Oh no, something's wrong. Will you have enough workers? Yes. The plan is to have a ton of workers, like way more than we need. Unemployment is not a huge problem, as we figured out, so the question is, can we supply everyone with enough food? And for that we need trains running initially. Because running horse carriages from the customs house to the map center is... I mean, we could have had like auxiliary villages to do that. Basically push the food from village to village, or at least like provide refueling options and maybe the ability to unload and reload the workers on horse carriages. But we're gonna go the train route instead, and I think that'll do fine. Once this track is done, it will also be at the train depot already, and we can bring the train in, send it to the depot, but then shift it around to go to the end station instead. There's currently no way for the train to turn around and go from here to the from the depot to the end station, but that's fine. Like once it's on the route, it can get repaired inside the end station too, so there's no problem with that. That end station is only for that one train only. And refueling of the other trains we'll have to see. I'll probably put down a dedicated coaling station somewhere down here, with a train track coming down the hill from the main line. I wouldn't mind it being on the main line, but yeah, I guess we're not going to have that. According to some forum math, unemployment needs to be 15% for max industry efficiency. No, I don't know about that. That sounds like more like a logistical thing you would do with your transportation of workers to the industries. Ideally you would constantly unload workers, and a bunch of people would keep sitting in the train, making sure that all the industries are filled, or you just unload them as a transfer stop and then they become unemployed. If they can't find an industry, then you can set it up so you have full industry efficiency with no unemployment. But it requires some shifting around the train stops and bus stops. 15% unemployment will lead to people just leaving the Republic and happiness to drop, or am I mistaken? I have not seen any issues from unemployment showing up. I've not seen any crime increase, I've not seen any happiness drop or loyalty drop from unemployment. So I don't think that's an issue. People just sit around at home for longer. They can be more easily a victim of crime happening in their apartment block basically, but I don't think I've seen an inert happiness and loyalty drop just from unemployment. Have you ever run a team of horses out of grass? Yes. They just stop like a regular vehicle. So what leads people to leave the Republic? Happiness dropping too low, as far as I understand. I think the game says that if happiness drops to 0, they leave, or have a chance of leaving. Low loyalty can cause unhappiness. Crime, like not getting any of their needs, basically causes unhappiness. But crime also causes unhappiness. Seeing crime makes everyone in that building, bus stop, service building, whatever, residential building, lose happiness when the crime happens. So crime slowly makes your republic like unsustainable. That would be a different challenge run. How high can you push the crime and still have like a functioning republic? Crime affects loyalty, crime affects happiness. It's pretty brutal. The loyalty of the direct victim is affected by crime, usually. Who would have known that a horse start is slow? Once we got to trucks, everything sped up so much. But your horse carriages are something else. We tried Republic where industry is sustained by private transportation only, like personal vehicles? Yes, we've tried that once. It was... the traffic has since improved, the traffic logic of personal vehicles. The runs I used that in was Kazakhstan, because of the pun with like Kazakhstan basically. We tried it like 3 times. It was good fun. Learned a bunch of things. You can have a lot of private transportation on the road at once, but it does clog up everything. Because people don't ride shares, like always one driver per vehicle. It's like very, very capitalist in that regard. Almost done with the repair station. That one will only repair trains, basically. So it needs like a couple workers, I guess. Which are mostly not doing anything. I hate that one vehicle can only transport 1 worker. So the vehicle can transport 1 to 5 workers at a time. Yeah, if you use the vehicles to set up bus routes, they are a lot more efficient. But sometimes they also carry their children to like school or university, I think. I've seen someone transport their child to a school before they went off to work. Google says max horse range is 3 kilometers. How are you gonna get to MegaCity 19 Center? Trains. And we'll probably have to do some shenanigans to get the passenger train station built. To unload workers in the area, so we can pick them up with local construction offices. But the horse carriages are already bringing construction materials to the center. Construction offices only refuel after they've done their job, so they can transport them however long. We are getting construction materials here, ever so slowly. And once this whole sector is up, then we should be able to make our own construction materials for asphalt and concrete, and the rest should get delivered. And then have a passenger train station to bring in foreign workers to build things up and start building from locally. Max force range is infinite, only for construction vehicles and only for resources. If you're bringing workers with horse carriages, they still have a limit. They still have an internal timer, but resources work. So I think we just need to set up the passenger train station, which will then build the fire station, and then hopefully we can build the rest from that. But yeah, we'll have to do some shenanigans with the the passenger station, I think. And we need a pretty big passenger train to bring foreign workers in. But if this area is eating most of the foreign workers, I mean, at that point the rail construction would stop, and we'd limit the amount of horse carriages running, especially when construction is like suspended. Fewer workers from the border would be used, and it should be possible to put most of them on the train towards our city center to work there. But yeah, I'm trying to like put some stages in that will hopefully make it possible to not require us to like fiddle around with foreign workers too much. We'll still have to do a test run to see how far the foreign workers can actually get with a horse carriage. 2 hours already. They got 12 hours, which is a lot, but you can see how fast it's ticking down. That was half an hour from here to here. It's like, ugh. Not great. So we might have to build like train stations in between. Or I might have to set up like 3 bus stops and just brute force them to walk down this way to set up the train platform. But first the train platform needs all the resources for the groundworks anyway, and we need a train line towards the area. Which is gonna take a while. Fire station and passenger platform have priority. Let me check one more thing. Okay, you can reach all the buildings that require workers. Except this one, but we can have a footpath there. It's fine. How far away from a city can you build an incineration plant without hurting the city with pollution? It should be at least 1 kilometer. That is, if you run like a modern incineration plant at full tilt and you don't store the hazardous waste on a dump outside. If you store the hazardous waste on a dump outside, or you want to be really safe, 2 kilometers. Hazardous waste is brutal. No warehouse for this. Steel delivery into the building itself. Mechanical components. We'll probably need a bit more. I don't think we need any plastic. Also don't think we need as many electronic components. That's the wrong one. There we go. Finicking like a warehouse in here is just not necessary, I don't think. The resource deliveries by horse carriage are gonna solve that. So basically clouds have nothing to do with range then. As far as I know, no. I always abide by the circular rule. I have not seen any wind or anything else do anything. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but I have not noticed it, so that's like usually what I go by. We can't deliver water with this vehicle. I hate end stations. God dang it. So we do need a water pump. Oh well, I guess that's not the worst. Just have to finicky one in here. I'm not gonna build a water well though. That would be too much. That's ridiculous. I don't think we have anyone for terraforming in that area. They're too far away, I think. Oh, now they're in range. Okay. Ugh, that's not what I wanted. Doesn't need to be gravel, it can be dirt, that's fine. If we ever build like an end station here, I want the ability to hook up another water line, I guess. So we'll leave that one open. Hackers are going to adore that path. Let's see what the construction vehicles think about it. But yeah, we'll have to deliver coal into this. And I guess water can only be piped into it. The clouds shown on the building. That's the amount of waste being produced. I mean, that gives you like a basic indication on what to think. Like, if you only mean the early start, that one is not as polluting. I was talking about the modern one. This one with 71 tons. It's like super polluting. It's like going to kill everything in its area, basically. It makes a ton of pollution at full throughput. But this one, 20 tons, it's like 10 clothing factories. That's manageable, I guess. To some extent. Yeah, the train line of the train incoming will have to go to the end station, then customs house, then the depot, and pull the train cars into there. And then we can run the route customs house, unloading end station, customs house, unloading end station, and so on. That should not be a problem. Can we pause that and merge it? We can. Good. Should only be a single construction task, please. Don't split it up into two. No need. And this building will be maintained every now and then. That's fine too. I could have a water well here and save on the construction of the water pipe a bit. But the water pipe doesn't need maintenance. So we definitely have spent more than half of our money now in slightly over 2 years. 281,000 spent, 209,000 left. Gotta start making money soon. I want to check like a return carriage and see how much like it needs for like feeding itself. This one is disconnected. Like when they return and they need to get horse feed, how much do they use? Because they're still like internally consuming fuel as far as I know, so you can't really save on fuel or horse feed. They have like a storage of like, was it like 0.1 tons of horse feed per horse? So you would probably assume that they would eat a lot more. Yeah, 0.1 tons. The only way to compare that would be to be at the feeder when the horse carriage arrives and then see how much it eats. Because this is not going to go up higher than 0.1. It basically adds like fuel demand below 0 that it needs to fill up before it gets back to its normal level. It's gonna be a while until you get here, I guess. I don't think there was anyone that was closer. Didn't see one. So that's the closest. Maybe we'll see one arrive soon. Gotta keep an eye out on them, I guess. Very typical all over the place industrial area of incineration, like, let's build it that way. Oh, let's completely change it. Let's use this for vehicle storage. Let's squeeze a warehouse in between. Oh, it doesn't fit. Unfortunate. Love long distance logistics. Yeah, me too. Long distance while also being like maybe just a single train track to save on money. But this might need double tracking, or at least like a couple waiting lines. Probably something we can do there to set up some coaling stations as waiting lines, passing tracks. Like in the beginning, the incoming track here could be a coaling station for the incoming lines to wait. Or I guess we could set it up on the outgoing line too. That would be fine as well. The train track is not going to be perfectly planned ahead of time. I want to like mess up a bit and then have to like rework it to be pretty and functional. At the beginning, functional is important, but making it pretty, making it like accurate through the countryside with like maybe a little bit of like a focus on not having very steep train tracks. That's going to happen later, not right now. Could have gone up there. Yep. Use that route. Yeah, the whole like logistical consequence of having to bring workers to the center of the map with like a lack of means to do so, that I did not think about. But like I said, we can unload workers onto a bus stop here, tell that bus stop to walk to the next bus stop and so on, and slowly trickle the workers to the construction site next to the center. But that would be like a last resort, but I think it's gonna have to like be done like that. Let's do like one passenger route test and see how far they can get. Because we can use one horse carriage to try it out. So from the end station, making sure you're refueled, you're gonna go to the customs house, pick up 10% of workers, so you're gonna load 2 workers, and you'll try and bring them to the free bus stop here. And we'll have to see how far you can get with that. You're gonna be almost fully fed before you get to the customs house. Want to see. Try one with 4 horses as well. Let's see if it gets anywhere close. Like, I think it's gonna be like here when it runs out of time, which is not gonna make a difference with 4 horses or 2. At most, with black horses, it could go double speed. I guess. I don't know, it would be pretty good actually. But I would have to like set up a way to exchange the horses in the horse carriages at that point. Which is not too difficult to do, we have done that in the previous run as well. But yeah, we need to like check how close we get. It's gonna run out of like horse feed, and it's gonna run out of... I think the workers are gonna run out of time first. I believe. But maybe not. But we can take like a measurement and see 1 hour at 19 kilometers an hour for the horse carriage equals that amount of distance for the workers. We have a little bit of gravel road. On a dirt road we're going to be limited to 16 kilometers? 35. If we have sufficient horses pulling. So currently 18. That is not a lot of distance. 1 hour. We got to the end of the gravel road. But I had to do the turnaround basically. Already used 0.03 of the horse feed, so 30% pretty much. 2 hours. 1 hour from the end of the gravel road to here. Let's be generous and say 250 meters in an hour. Double that with like the black horses, 4 of them, if they can pull this at like maximum speed. 500 meters. The city center was like 7 kilometers away. So 5 kilometers would be 10 hours and 6 kilometers would be 12 hours. I don't think it's doable. So slow. We would have to unload them here in the bus stop and then make them like reload and refeed the horse carriage, and yeah, it would be working the workers to the center for sure. So we're on the halfway mark now. We made it half a square. Maximum speed is 36, 35, if it doesn't rain, if it's not winter. And that's what the horses can do as well. Or was it 38? 38. Okay, so that would be slightly better on gravel. So maybe double the distance from having like 4 horses. Okay, we've run out of horse feed. It wants to feed now. On the like slightly higher than halfway mark of the distance of the workers. Send 1 and 1 foreign worker with individual horses. Oh yeah, we could buy individual horses and just make them right there. That's actually a good idea. Don't pull a horse carriage, just make them right there. That is probably what we are going to try. That makes sense. Like I said, only the passenger station needs to be built. It's gonna be a slow process building the train tracks towards that area anyway. I'm just worried that we're not gonna have enough horse feed to get the horse there. It's not gonna make it anywhere near, I don't think. But yeah, I guess where it arrives, at that point we can like put a free bus stop in and then maybe run it off of that point. Can also put on maximum speed. It's already going maximum speed pretty much without the checkbox, so we're not going to put gravel down, so 35 kilometers an hour is fine. Good idea. Hello, Kelly McIlrath. Welcome. Good day to you too. Thank you. Half a ton of horse feed, because it's only one horse instead of two. Should last about the same amount of time. Unless, of course, it's a faster horse, so technically I guess it would consume that one faster, but if it's getting further than the other horse, then it's also more efficient. I guess we'll see. Let's wait. Yep. But also more energy, which could lead to more power consumption. Like a better engine, basically. Alright. Just gotta get past all of these vehicles. Which thankfully split up right at the end of the gravel road. Thanks to the lines. Oh god, why are we building this way? It's really cool though. I don't know, I really like this idea. It's nighttime, 26 kilometers an hour only. Reduced speed. So majestic, yeah. And it'll be slow at nighttime. Have to account for that. Unless we put down asphalt roads with street lamps. Slows at night? Yes. It does that for road vehicles too. With a gravel road we wouldn't have the issue, because then the max speed would be 60 and the slowdown speed would be like 50 or something like that. Now it's slowed down to 11 because it's stuck behind another vehicle. I mean, once all the resources have been delivered, then we can send the horses out, but yeah, not while the resources are being delivered, I guess. Speed should now be better, but I guess not enough for overtaking. Okay, there we go. Could have overtaken that one too, there you go. I wonder if the max speed checkbox does something during the night time. It's definitely running out of stamina now. Max speed, overtake, let's go. Use your stamina, let's go. It's almost out of horse feed. Where was the road that we had? Where I turned the other vehicle around. I'm not getting much further than that. Or was it? Already past that point, aren't we not? We were not that far. Where is it? Here. We got to this point with the horse carriage. But almost out of horse feed now. at 10 hours, so it matches pretty well with the distance for the workers. It included nighttime, included slowdown for other vehicles, but yeah, that's about the distance we can get. About here. Mutated horses with biolumination. Yeah. So I guess we would like unload the workers here on a bus stop and then maybe feed them again and run them further or something? Or we would unload them at the bus stop and then just make them walk all the rest of the way. Maybe a little bit earlier, just to like deal with any traffic issues. It's not that far. And while the resource... Oh yeah, the other horse carriages. Is there a return one? I missed them all, didn't I? Well, there's one. Not too far. It has already determined that it wants to refuel here at 7.48 tons, so we'll pay attention to this. It's gonna take a bit to get to this point. Why is it bringing steel backwards? I don't understand. As if it has like unassigned itself from the construction work. Oh, was it assigned to... It might have been assigned to build the conveyors? I haven't assigned them to build the other conveyors that are then removed. Strange. Not sure. Workers reset their travel timer when they transfer? Yes. If they get unloaded at a stop and they get reloaded. As soon as they get unloaded, their timer resets. Not the total travel, but that one isn't a limiting factor. Just the time in vehicle is limited to 4 hours. I think the train could make the whole trip. 70 kilometers an hour, double the distance. No interference, basically. Probably doable. If not, we would have to build like an intermediate stop again. That we would have to pay attention to the maintenance of. Passenger only train bus is 50. I would buy a train with a train car. Like a train engine with a train car that can go 70. The speed limit of the train tracks. I would not use the train bus. Because I would probably also want more capacity than that. I wonder if me putting the crossing into the road here has caused vehicles to actually like request a refuel now, earlier than normal. Max speed. Nah, that's fine. It's gonna come down to trains, I'm pretty sure. Alright, you're almost at the gas station. Or like the horse feeder. First one, perfect. Normally they feed 0.1 tons. We got 7.48 tons in the horse feeder. If there's 7.38 tons left, then we kind of cheated on the horse feed, I guess. But in my estimation, it's going to behave like the road vehicles and it's going to consume a lot more horse feed than 0.1, what it can hold. To make up the deficit of traveling for such a long distance without any feed. Let's see. Yeah, only 0.14. So 50% more. It's not that much more. And I think it went a lot further than that. Okay, sure. Train bus is cute. Maybe for inner city transportation, but for long distance travel, I think we need speed. In the beginning, for sure. Maybe as a quasi-tram, I guess, without a road. It could work. What about cable cars? When were they available? They're available right now, but we need research for them. And I don't think carrying ever... Well, we could carry them to an intermediate cable car station and then the next one. So what you want me to do is set up a technical university, use the foreign workers to research cable cars, and then build a cableway station that transports foreign workers to along the road to the main city. And then we can use that to bring other workers back the same way to this area. I mean, that could be something. I don't know what the distance is that they can make in the cableway car, though. I don't have that at the top of my head, out of the top of my head, but it was quite a bit. Plus, the same rules apply. You unload them at the cableway station and reload them, and they have normal travel distance again. They don't need horse feed, and they have full speed in winter, yes. At a cable car line that is 4 kilometers long. So we built a technical university, is what you're saying. We use cableway cars for optimal transportation efficiency. We split the line into 2 sections and hope that a single one in the middle is going to work. You're limited to 12 workers per cable car? No, there's ones that can do 16. There's cable cars that can do 16. These ones. This one, 12 I mean, sorry. You're right, 12. I thought they were 12 for the small ones. I guess they're 4 for the small ones. But no, 12 feels like a mine to half full, a normal mine. Easily. 120 workers. It's still a lot of throughput. But yes, you are correct. Yes, the heavy one. I remembered wrong. I'm sorry. That one would be easily enough throughput. Even the small cableway cars would be enough. So we set up like a cableway car station here from this area. So we bring them from this to this area, make sure this runs. Excess workers go into the cableway cars. And then they get carried. Just with one intermediate stop, 8 kilometers. Well, not even that. They don't need to go to the center, they need to go here. Not on the river, though. I learned yesterday the cable cars are really underrated in this game. They are underused. They're really, really useful. And definitely suited for the current era wherein I just figured the train would be more like versatile, because I only need that connection like in the beginning until we have our own workers. But then I didn't think about the fact that we also want to bring our own workers here at some point, and then the cableway car could also run in the opposite direction and bring the workers this way easily, which a train can also do, but a train is more easily like rerouted, I guess. We still have to test how far a construction office can bring workers, because that's still open. Construction workers are carried way longer than a direct line, because their time ticks way slower. So we'll have to put like a construction office with just this horse and see how far it can go. No auto searching. For our travel time, I can tell you that in a sec. I'll send it out. It's a single worker, we can make that a thing. Plus it's also not going to run out of fuel this way, which is really, really important. Not on the way at least. Like the resource trains. The resource wagons. It does its full trip and then it'll refeed. No end station anymore. Need a way to get the train station built before anything anyway. Yes, that's what we're trying to figure out right now. Either it's a train station or it's a cableway car station. Both need a test on how we get workers to the area. Either we build like an intermediate cableway station. I mean, the cableway would be a lot faster to set up than the train line, I think. With our current rail construction means for sure. It's so slow. Minus 4 kilometers on gravel roads. They disappear because traveling too long with a bus that drives 58. Yeah, we'll try it. With this one. There's no resources here yet, I don't think. Oh, we have some resources on that side, I guess. There we go. Go, horsies! No horse feed needed. Can go 50 inside the customs house, so they can go faster than 38 apparently. Let's see how fast you go. How far. That's a way to build in the city center. Where construction gonna be the second bottleneck? Yeah. So maybe we need like the train to build up to this point, put a train station in, put another rail construction office in, and just like slowly crawl forward that way. It goes near 50 when passing. Ah, okay. Interesting. It's nighttime again. Definitely something that needs to be accounted for. 3 hours, halfway through the first quadrant. So 6 hours, so we're gonna get 2 squares. So that's, yeah, 4 kilometers, I guess. Ish. I don't think I'm going to replace all of my horses with the black horses. I think that's no. Need a separate road just for the black horses so they don't be blocked. Could turn off max speed then. Well, they're still slowing down during the nighttime. A gravel road would do it, but it would take so long to build. Don't want to deal with that. Halfway on the timer, we're on the first square, so they're gonna get here. Ish. It's not good enough, but that means if we can go like 1.5 squares with a safety buffer, we only need to bring people to this point, and then we can have a construction office in this area, bringing them all the way to the build sites, I guess. I mean, the train line will still have to be built. I'm not going to carry the resources by cableway car. But it would prevent us from having to run passenger trains, I guess. We could run cableway cars everywhere. That would be an interesting thing. I would have to build a technical university right now to start the research. Are we going to do that? Run cableway cars everywhere, 10 hours. Yeah, 1.5 squares, thereabouts. Not much further. Train line done. Still need to build to the depot because apparently you switched the train track that you were building. The last half hour for the worker. Made it to this point. A little bit further. So yeah, construction vehicles are a little bit more efficient, I guess. Around the corner, basically. Much better in trucks, though. Need margin for nighttime. Yeah, we had one nighttime. We're not gonna have two night times for travel. We had one nighttime during the travel. We were at night in the beginning. So we already had the nighttime included. Okay guys, cableway cars or trains? We could decide to... I don't want to use the really long rail construction vehicle in this rail construction office, that would feel silly. We could build a proper rail construction office over here. And then start building the train track from this area with a BR80 long track builder or something of that nature. Or we start setting up cableway cars, which need their own vehicles. In any case, we have to build up either a cableway station or a passenger station in here. Passenger station is probably way cheaper to build. So many bricks. The groundwork is not that expensive though, so after that with cranes and a couple workers it's probably easy enough to build too. I don't know. Setting up for cableway cars in the middle of the city could be interesting, for sure. Setting up for cableway cars from the customs house would be something I haven't done yet. Planes would make sense, but it's too far in the future, yeah. By that point, yeah. Trucks would also be nearby, and then trucks would be solving that issue completely because we would probably set up the road to all be gravel and go there by 60 kilometers an hour. Well, I'm glad we're going to be able to set up the hazardous waste train. As soon as the train depot is up and as soon as the train has touched the train depot, we only need one connection into the building. Increase the priority of this. Not that it makes any difference. Probably means that some of the construction vehicles from the free construction offices will assign themselves to that build task and travel all the way back to try and help. I'll leave it on normal for now. Also need the water pipe to finish. Hello, Burns. Welcome. Need one more construction task. I'm pretty sure it's not going to finish this one right now. That would be too convenient. It's going to be left with 2 or 1 work days. I have to redo that one, but that's fine. Yep, a bunch of the free construction offices have assigned themselves here now. I guess that's fine. ton of cableway car towers that also need to be maintained, which a train track doesn't need. Can't really place them without the research. I think it's probably going to be a train track, but my god, did it take a while to build this section. I might have to get a better track builder. One more delivery. Okay. That finishes the train depot. We can't send the train out until we have water inside the end station. Otherwise it's not going to be able to refuel. But once the water line has been set up, then the incinerator will run with just the train line. Slow construction with the mid-map start, but it'll get there. In our previous megacity, it took 7 years. And there I tried to build electrified train tracks to the center from the beginning, which was really slow. I don't think we're that far off. Like, we only need... Well, okay, the train tracks are going to take ages. That's a problem. But we could set up another rail construction office, like, somewhere here, and supply that with workers, and start building out there already. That's like the most we could reach. So if we set up like a train platform here, and build a rail construction office next to it. Then people can unload here. It could act as a passing track. Future rail construction could start off of this. We could unload workers here by train and carry them forward to the next rail construction office. If we use one square, then we have to do that one more time and then we're there basically. And the rail construction office would only be temporary, I guess. All being run with foreign workers. Yeah, we'll do train construction. We'll do it by rail. It's already assigning itself. I wanted to flatten this. But right now, a functional track is better than a pretty track. We need to get the workers to the area. We can make this better later on. I hope Congress Poland is doing well. Okay, so that thing, lowest priority. Another thing we need in the area is a fire station. I don't know if this can burn down. I'm pretty sure it can. And then from here we would do the rail construction continuing this direction up until the next square separation line somewhere here, and do it all over again. Don't build that yet, in case it's like somehow assigned to you. And also a fire station. The resource deliveries to the rail construction office will be then the slow bit, but I guess that's how it will be. At least the workers can get there. And then at some point we'll have to build like a nice and proper train track. But this is what we're gonna get now, I guess. And the first one they can already work on. The first rail construction office, I mean. We can build this up. We should be able to send workers here by horse carriage, according to our tests. And we'll split up the construction into multiple parts instead of like relying on a long rail construction vehicle. It would still work with the one just in this area, it would just take very long. So hopefully we can speed it up a bit by helping with like building local rail construction offices. Track time. We conquers Poland. We have Polish city names since before World War I, so we are conquers Poland. I guess we are. Five workers in here for train repairs. We need mechanical components, electronic components, fabric. I don't think we need plastic, so I haven't assigned it. I think that's for more modern trains. But yeah, a little bit annoyed I forget to put a warehouse here, I guess, but it's fine. The majority of what we need is gonna be steel, and we have that. Should be okay. So the train itself, like I said, has to wait until we have the water supply. And then we can run it. Because if I move it into the depot now, it probably won't run out of coal. But it then has to go back to the customs house to run into the end station, and I just want it to directly go to the end station. So I'm going to tell it to go to the train depot, and then set up the route to go to the end station, cancel the move to the depot, and it'll go through the end station to get fuel right away. Not set up a coaling station. The other option would be to set up a coaling station on this side, and then I guess we could hook it around the depot. So train arrives, gets fuel, and then either goes back to the depot or wherever it was. That would also work, I guess. Maybe later. Hello again, how are things going? Hello, daily dose of stress. It's going pretty well. We started a MegaCity run. People are excited. I'm excited. But we have run into some issues, which is good, because that'll make us do some work. Carrying workers 7 kilometers with horse carriages is not possible, so we'll have to figure something out. Should I set up a coaling station on the route there? I mean, here would make sense because there's water nearby, I guess. Well, we have the coaling station on the entrance of the city, right next to the water. Put the coaling station here. That is still open. But I guess we could have an off-track coaling station. I can't have a dedicated village. It would need fire protection. I don't want it to burn down. They have caught fire previously, I'm pretty sure. Could be a problem. Otherwise, the water pipe is done. How's the water intake? Also done. Just missing some gravel deliveries and then some steel deliveries. And then we should be able to run our train as soon as this pipe is done. Our first train bringing in hazardous waste, so after spending almost 300,000 rubles, over 300,000 rubles, we can start making some money back. Which is desperately needed, because we haven't even started with the city yet. Our loan capacity is also not going to increase, because that one mainly depends on how many people you have in your republic. And foreign workers I don't think count. Only domestic workforce does. guess because they're riding past here, they've already assigned themselves to that construction site. Or it is within 3 kilometers. I guess that's the other option. That means I have to buy another 2 rail construction vehicles to put them into these rail construction offices, I guess. We'll have to put a horse feeder here. Actually, we don't. We can't bring horse feed directly into the fire station, I guess. We can only really start construction though once we've arrived at this area, which is going to be annoying. Or we have to bring workers to the rail construction office by horse carriage. That is the other option. I guess that would work. But yeah, to make the fire station run while the rail construction is ongoing, we have to be connected to the train platform, I guess. How's it going? Yeah, it's going pretty well. Ran into some unforeseen consequences of our choices regarding what we want to do, and now we're trying to deal with it. Turns out, carrying workers by horse carriage to the center of the map is not easily possible. And we're also running out of money. And I'm also getting hungry. That's probably the biggest issue of it all. Yeah, getting the foreign workers to the center. That'll be a thing. We have no other faster options. Train is the fastest one. I think the train could make it in one trip. But even if it can't, we have some train platforms to reset the time of the foreign workers. And also then on the return trip, if we bring our own workers up here to run the incinerator area, if we build like a train platform on this side, then that would also be possible. This whole area here is going to be condemned to being an area for trains waiting to go into the customs house. Trains that are 450 meters long. Up to. Can't really have much going on otherwise. The road connection going across will probably have to be moved behind the waiting area. Somewhere at the train depot here. Might make sense. We can put a cut into this hill and run the road this direction. But yeah, right now the road is all dirt, which is sufficient for the horse carriages in most cases when it doesn't rain. And yeah, it can then be modified afterwards. That's fine. Now the rail construction is ongoing towards the area beyond. We have built, until now, let's say a kilometer of track. We have to build 2 kilometers to the next train platform. So it'll take a while. And yes, as the bus platform slowly starts filling up with workers, we've set it up in a way that we do load workers from here. So if the bus platform, let's say, has like 20 workers waiting, the horse carriage would load all of them, go to the customs house, not import any more foreign workers, and just use the ones we already have. So there's like an upper limit of how many excess workers this area will accept. There's a modular limit on that. 20 more tons of gravel. See, last thing missing. Maybe I should get another construction office or two to help with this. We have 3 more available. A bunch of them are probably not doing anything right now anyway. I mean, they're empty. They have no vehicle. Ten deliveries. 10 deliveries. In the last 2.5 years, we've made 37.5 thousand rubles worth of money with hazardous waste imports. Steel costs have been higher than that, of course. Rail construction is going to be expensive. But now construction is somewhat slowing down. It's only the rail construction offices that are going to be doing things. Building maintenance, vehicle repairs excluded. But yeah, I think we'll get cableway cars at some point inside the city. If we need to move like large volumes of workers from one area to another, then cableway cars are definitely the way to go. The megacity is still going to be mostly localized population counts. There's not going to be any large transportation happening. If we need people to go far, it's going to be trains. If we need people to just continuously go to an area, it's going to be cableway cars. But I think everything will be within city limits. Minus the coal mine up here, and then whatever iron mine we can find. Industries do not need to be confined to the city. We can build industry outside, which is what we're doing here. This is acceptable. Otherwise, we would probably not be able to build the megacity or run it. I'm going to limit this to 2 workers. Fewer foreign workers needed. Whenever the hazardous waste train needs repairs, it can be done slowly. It's fine. I just spent fewer workers during that time, I guess. Repairs at 20% again. Ten extra years. Gotta get to 1912 when trucks become available. By that point, our megacity should be at like several thousand people, I hope. It all depends on the success of the trains. The trains will keep the city alive. Without trains, it's not going to function. We can't run the resources from the border by horse carriages. Not possible. I hope that the running of the hazardous waste train is going to make enough money to allow us to make this continue. If this doesn't work, I have to go to another border and set up another waste incinerator. But like I said, the hazardous waste does have a limit at some point. But it should make a decent amount of money. Like, if we cut off the steel imports, it should put us in a positive situation. If we account for the cost of the foreign workers, it should be able to make that up. But yeah, we're also using steel for the rail construction, of course. Thankfully not too quickly though. Well, more or less. Like, the longer we wait, the more expensive stuff is gonna get. But I think this industry setup should be relatively inflation resistant, as the hazardous waste goes. It's very much tied to inflation. We can see when we started burning hazardous waste, the price dropped, as in the curve went up, brought it closer to 0. It would be worth a lot more importing it from the western border right now, apparently. But yeah, that's gonna change. In a couple decades. Okay, almost all the gravel here. The rest would then be just some steel delivery, and with a road crane the construction of that would go quick. 10 tons delivered with 2.2 tons of steel per wagon is 5 deliveries. No problem. Then the end station will have water. We can use it to refuel the train, and maybe I'll consider setting up a proper coaling station. This area was supposed to be for construction offices in the future, which were supposed to take over the maintenance of this area once the horses have become obsolete. We're just planning ahead a little bit far, I guess, but I think this makes sense to keep in mind. There's not much else planned for this location afterwards, so I would like this space to be reserved at the very least. Not much more. And then other than that, coaling station could be behind here. Doesn't need access to the repair station or anything. Doesn't need access to a conveyor engine. But it would come around the train depot. Like here, for example. And then we could run our coaling on this side with some waiting platforms. For example, that would be an easy way to set up a coaling station. And trains started from the from this area could also then join onto the coaling platform, basically. But they need to be short enough. If we start a long train and it goes to the coaling station, it might get stuck here. Or we solve it by a train loop, where it just like turns the whole train around onto the train track in this area. That's up for consideration. Coaling station locally could be quite useful. And if we want to make it work for really long trains, then I would just have to add the train distance, I guess, to this area, which already is flattened and everything. Wouldn't be too much of a hassle. Up to this point, turn around, and it's 500 meters easily. It's just a elongated curve at that point. And then even trains arriving from the depot should have no problem. They could join in 450 meters here and return either onto the rail line or back to the train depot, whatever they want. There's no crossover needed because these would be dedicated one direction only. Need to give them enough room so they can have a train signal though. And yeah, the curve would be still open, of course. Or we do a single track. Don't need 2 tracks either. At least not in this configuration. All the gravel is here. Waiting on one more delivery of workers to finish the construction of the groundworks for the plumbing. And then we'll wait for the steel, get our water delivered to the end station, which unfortunately doesn't take any horse carriage routes directly. And yeah. Only distribution offices can go to an end station, but distribution offices don't support water carriages. Unless something has changed. I don't think they do. No, nothing has changed. Okay, let's say we start... If you have to go here, let's widen this corner first. If this is currently 200 meters, perfect. This is another 300 meters. So that's long enough for 450 meters because it's 500 meters. And we even have the space to get the train track onto the line in this direction. However, it needs to have enough room for a signal. Can't forget about that. 2 signals, in fact. Do I need 2 coaling lines? I mean, if I have 2 coaling lines, then yes, I have to build 2 tracks, I guess. That is still open. Groundwork's done. 5 flatbed horse carriages heading this way right now. But yeah, probably gonna do something with the coaling in this area. It's out of the way. Technically it gets like a lot of travel from the customs house, but we can also... I guess the other option is just to have the line go up here, like I said, into the main line. And just have a waiting platform for 2 450 meter long trains. Like this one, instead of going into this part, could already come up, but it doesn't really save that much, other than... Well, by that point we need another entrance into the customs house, because if the waste train is waiting until loaded in that one, it would block a passenger train basically from going there. Well, if the waste train is on this side, it doesn't matter, so yeah. We could just join it up with the train line into the depot and just have to figure out the area behind this. Should not cause too much of a traffic problem. And maybe a passing track in front of the customs house would be advisable at that point. But like I said, this whole corner depends fully on the fact that we don't have 450 meter long trains going to the customs house. Hello Eclipse. Eclipse 6. Thank you very much for the follow, and welcome to the stream. The hazardous waste train would at that point basically use the leftmost track, exclusive for itself. And the other 2 tracks would then just hook up the way they already are, so we would build another train track just for the for one of the waste trains. And we only have like 2 loading platforms, which should be good enough as well. All steel has arrived, just waiting for 1 horse carriage full of workers, which is going to build this up, no problem. 20 workers should be more than capable enough to build this up with a horse crane. And then we can run our first train. And hopefully that'll start making more money. I'll park the waste wagons after they've unloaded the mixed waste at the border. They can go into the train depot. That way. After you've unloaded hazardous waste, you don't need to load the mixed waste right now. This pipe is taking forever. It's done. We got water. I mean, it's early start, like early start, really early start. Kind of to be expected. Go to the end station and then load whatever is at the customs house and bring it to the train depot, please. Thank you. And after you've done that once, this is your route basically, minus the train depot. End station, customs house, train platform. Coaling station over here could then be supplied by the existing water pipe connection after the pump. I could even supply filthy drinking water to the workers here. Instead of like importing clean water, I could bring filthy river water to them. That is technically an option. Train engine is longer than the cargo wagons. Go here, import hazardous waste. Go here, wait until unloaded, then load whatever mixed waste is there. Go to the end station, rinse and repeat. Should you need repairs, we got a repair station just for you. The customs house is fine. I guess you're waiting on the rail construction vehicle, which is almost done. Didn't tell it to unload at customs. That is correct. Unload mixed waste at customs house. River poop shakes all around? Yes. We'll keep monitoring it, what it looks like on the first time it runs. Because it's going to be interesting to see how much mixed waste there is. Based on that, we can add more waste wagons, basically. We can say, okay, we only filled 2 out of these storage containers. We can add 3 more hazardous waste wagons and still be safe. Societal health is going to skyrocket. Yep. You're gonna make it. You've got enough cargo on the back. It's just gonna take a bit. Now the construction train is basically done with this area. It's only going to build past the signal, not interrupting the waste transportation much. Only whenever it needs to go to the rail construction office, I guess. Can we get better track builder now as well that ain't packaged? Yes, theoretically we could. I thought we wouldn't get one. If I wanted to get one, I had to like make it myself. The other ones are all past 1920. So I haven't pulled that trigger yet. Instead, we're building rail construction offices along here with fire stations and train stations to see if we can make that work. Running at 1/3 capacity. Yeah, that's just for the build speed though. The majority of the time is going to be spent running along the track at that point. Then the build speed is the least amount of worries. We would benefit from a better train just for that it can carry a lot more resources than the current one. Alright, 5 workers now. I mean, we don't need 5 workers. 3 workers is fine. That hazardous waste cargo is not worth a lot. And the volume we're going to put on it is going to change it a little bit to make it worth even less. Looks like all the groundwork materials for this train platform have arrived. As have the resources for the fire station. The other things are still open, I guess. We should probably prioritize the rail construction office and the... Well, not the rail construction office yet, but the fire station and the train platform need to be prioritized. And we also need a way to get into this area. High priority for these two. We could run a second train, I guess. Since there's no real removal of waste locally with the ash or waste separation. The only limiting factor is the throughput of the incinerator and the throughput of the customs house. So while one train is waiting until loaded here, the other could unload, and then the first one will wait inside the customs house until this area is open to move in. It will probably start moving in as soon as it enters the end station though, which would cause a bit of a problem. Because then the first train unloads, waits until unloaded, done, goes into the end station, second train arrives, waits until unloaded, goes in, and then both trains go to the customs house again. Not really the way it is supposed to work. But there's no more signal here. They might still realize that the end station is occupied and don't send another train this way. 10 more tons. Our first profit. No loans yet. So, first goal achieved. We got an area that makes us a profit. We have rail construction, basic rail construction ongoing. We're trying to split up the route to the MegaCity 1 center into multiple sections. We will need 2 more rail construction vehicles to get these started. The resource delivery to this area will have to be run either by by distribution offices or by their direct lines. Okay, it does not keep the road blocked while it's inside the station. Very good. I was worried about that, because this is all built very, very tightly. Wait a minute. Is it working better with 5 workers? Yeah, it's working a little bit better. Looks like the incinerator is also pulling from the train while the train is also unloading into the incinerator. It's working a little bit better with more workers, apparently. Because with 3 workers, the internal storage was not running full, but with 5 workers, we're getting 40% instead of, or like almost 45% instead of 35%. So at 10 tons, we had about 5.5 to 6 tons internal storage. 10 tons unloaded. Times 6 puts us at around 30 tons of mixed waste. I wonder if you have like a cargo train station like this with multiple connections and you hook multiple factory connections to the incinerator, if then the unloading would be faster. Will the ash ablate if it's mixed? The ash will not dissipate while it's inside a container like this. It's not going to go away. And even if it does go away, like normally ash can dissipate while inside mixed waste, but not in a container. But if this one completely dissipated the ash, it would still be mixed waste because it has 3 other waste types still left that can't currently be separated. Yeah, another train could load right now. 20% is a good weight saving. Yeah. So we're halfway there. 13.5 tons of mixed waste have been filled. That is about the size of the mixed waste containers that we're going to fill up. Double is 27 tons then, so we could have another 15%, like another wagon if we wanted to. Halfway there, lemon on a pear. Okay. Sure. If you want to go that way, why not? What's the income for that hazardous waste import? 63 tons for 7.7 thousand. So 7.7 thousand per train load currently. If we get that once per month, I'd be okay with it. But yeah, the train is not going to run that often. At some point it's going to need repairs. But not that frequently. Really short trip. Should be fine. Loading of the mixed waste is also going to be a bit slow, but can't load it right now. Could replace it with the cheaper engine, use the fast one for the long distance construction materials. This is the slow one. The Prussian T18 would be the fast one. This only goes 65 kilometers. The other one can go 100 kilometers an hour. Every other engine that only goes 45 kilometers an hour is after 1920, and I have not put up for consideration in my mind right now. So that's not any other train engine before 1930. I guess we could make if we buy the licenses and produce them ourselves earlier. Like I would get a BR80 or BR81 if I'm producing them myself, I guess. But you know, low tech. I have to get population first to get the science points. I mean, I have one tech point, I guess. But that would only get us so far in the vehicle production line. We need mechanical components. And we need vehicle production, and then I guess we would be at train production. So 3 research points would take us to train production. This doesn't do anything, this doesn't do anything, this doesn't do anything. Road vehicles and trains. Yep, waste loading do be slow. We could run the mixed waste export with horse carriages, I guess. Because then we don't have to worry about how long the train is. Because it would be 2 dedicated routes running. I could run the export by distribution office, basically. But yeah, also now we're making a little bit extra money because it's mainly useful materials inside that waste pile. Not too bad. Yeah, the train station is easy to build, as is the fire station and the rail construction vehicle. I don't think there would be enough workers making its way over here during winter, but what can you do? Maybe I should cut the whole thing with the multiple rail construction offices and just get a faster rail construction vehicle. One with more carry capacity. It doesn't really have to be faster. It just needs to drive back and forth a lot less often. That's the main issue. It like builds like a short section of track and then has to go all the way back home and come back. I'll probably put that up for a vote next time, but I don't know. I feel like this is still doable. Are we actually money positive? Will the hazard waste price drop too much? It will drop for sure, but it also recovers. Like, it has dropped quite a bit. Yep, signal has turned green for a brief moment there. At that point another train could enter. This would not work. Not with a single entrance, with multiple trains. We're waiting for most of the time and not able to do much. Welcome to early start. But yeah, I think for the purpose of building a megacity... I mean, 1 research point for cableway poles, I think. Steel cables. That's one research point. This doesn't unlock anything other than these 2 techs. This one unlocks 3 techs, and this one unlocks gameplay functionality. Isn't building the cable car towers... I don't know how expensive they are. The fact that we're still losing money is like the most worrying to me. I thought we would be past that point. I guess the fact that I'm having so many foreign workers doesn't really help. $7,700 per train load is definitely more than 3,900 of foreign manpower, so right now it is, I guess, making up the deficit. Plus in the import cost, the minus 6.5k last month also is included all of the construction materials that are still being delivered to build sites. Okay, other idea. That would be so many foreign workers. Slowly making their way down here. I'm gonna chain pergolas? No, just bus stops. I'm not building anything for this. Once the train platform is up and running, with the rail construction included, this whole setup would be obsolete at that point. Just enough bus platforms this way. So send them to the next bus stop, you send them to other buildings, and then in case there's no room, send them to the other bus stop, which will try and keep the workers locally. Actually, we only need one, because I have the train platform. Well, the train platform isn't built yet. Guess not. Not yet. Other buildings first. Once the train platform is built, unconventional means. This is included in the other buildings, so a couple of workers are going to make their way this way. And they should make their way all the way to the train platform. Once the construction in that area has completed, and we can bring workers to that area by train, we can do another bus stop chain to the next rail construction office, I guess. I will need the coaling station though. Those passenger trains do want to refuel. I guess we'll put a coaling station right here. After the fire station has been set up. Only passenger. Well, resource trains are also going to run through here. And the passenger trains are only going to run through here until we have a city somewhat set up. I don't really have the water here nearby though, that's the issue. No water, no coaling station. Don't want to set up a water well. Could watch till the end. How did the pollution run go? Oh, we did manage to lower population with the pollution. Near the end everything was deep red and definitely lowering the population, but slower than expected. So there's probably ways to make it work, and I guess it's gonna be explored inside the MegaCity 1 run. Okay, now we made less money. This import. Still 7,000 though. 1.2 thousand plus 5.9, 7.1 thousand. How many pergolas can you chain? I don't know. Like, as many as you can put together. Problem's gonna be like, I don't know if a construction vehicle can drive through a pergola to build the footpath in between two pergolas. I haven't tested that one. Power of one fuel refinery and bauxite exports is not to be underestimated. 90 million rubles in reserve just before the price inflation caught up. I do have steel and mechanical part factories too. No, oil refinery and bauxite is guaranteed moneymaker, yes. This is worryingly not as efficient as I thought it would be. Oh, he's spending that much money on foreign workers. I thought 4.5 thousand isn't too bad, but I guess it is. Even more so now, since we're going to bring some of them to the next construction area, I guess. Two workers running the horse carriage repairs for now. All materials are present. 32% already. Get repaired. 0.00007 tons of steel. I hope we have that. But yeah, that's fine. Are you all making your way to where you're supposed to, or did I forget one setup? You're walking. More workers. No, they've all arrived here. They're all on the construction site, basically. Just missing other construction vehicles. Need concrete and gravel. So bringing the workers here right now is not a good idea until those materials have been made available. We'll stop allowing workers going here by unchecking the number of workers waiting box. And now when the horse carriage unloads, no workers are sent up this way. Until we have all the groundwork materials, then we can let workers walk over there, I guess. Yeah, I think next time we're gonna maybe put the vote to chat regarding, do we do rail construction? I mean, we need that rail construction anyway because of the resources. I don't think cableway cars would be faster to set up. They run into the same issue, I believe. I don't know. But the vote about, like, do we get a bigger rail construction vehicle or not? I think that one we can probably do, just so the train doesn't drive back and forth as much. It would look rather silly having it show up from this building though. I guess we would like get maybe one that is like more the size of what to expect, so it can carry a little bit more resources than this little thing. But yeah, I'm gonna put a cut in here. As always, thank you very much for watching, hope you enjoyed the stream. Getting to MegaCity 1 Center is gonna be more difficult than expected. I hope we can make it work in a reasonable amount of time. But for now, we just need to figure out money situation, I guess, which is not looking great still. If we run out of money with a hazardous waste incinerator, that would be pretty awful. Before I end it, I think I have to help with this whole thing. You need to load mixed waste, wait until loaded, and help with the export. Because the train is so slow that it doesn't load more hazardous waste fast enough. I don't think they're going to be the only one doing the hazardous waste export, but they're definitely going to help. Hopefully speeding up the running of the train a bit. We'll see. Maybe I'll add another waste car that is only for mixed waste, and it can load mixed waste while it's already unloading the hazardous waste. That could be another option, I guess, so the loading is like sped up, but we will see. Until then, like I said, thank you very much for watching, hope you enjoyed the stream. I think we'll be raiding over someone into the workers and resources category. Rubber Duck is playing workers and resources in German, but he will welcome you and talk to you in English, I'm pretty sure. He's playing his Republic, where he has redeems enabled, where you can trigger earthquakes in his Republic, if you want to. The prices went up recently because a lot of people have redeemed them, but if you have been in his stream for some time, you might have already piled up a bunch of those redeem points, so yeah. If you want to stick around for that, please do. If not, that is absolutely fine too. I wish you a very good rest to your Saturday. I'm not sure I'll be back tomorrow with a long stream of workers and resources, because I do have something to do in the afternoon. But maybe after that I can do one, or we'll just play something else, we'll see. Until then, take care everyone, all the best, and maybe I'll see you next time.